minute.
Madam Mayor, it is 10:08 and we are live.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the folks in the audience here and to those who are watching at home today. And welcome to the special commission meeting advisory board appointments. Today, we're going to be doing interviews. We're not voting today. I just want to let people know that so they don't wait around waiting for the white smoke to come out of the chimney.
I actually understand that.
Can I have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Christopher McVoy,
Present.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Here.
Commissioner Kimberly Stokes,
Here.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz. Also, I just wanted to say there are wipes on the podium, so you can wipe the mic off before you start, should you be so inclined.
Thank you. All right, we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Diaz.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I could, as the elderly member of the board who goes back far enough to remember some of the old procedures, I would just like to point out that in the past, we used to do this in the conference room. And one of the reasons we did that was that we're just sitting around a table with members of our community in an informal sort of setting that ask them, they get a chance to know us, we get a chance to know them. I would like to suggest that when we do it the next time, let's do it that way. I think one of our goals for having changed our procedure is to really encourage community involvement in our volunteer boards and the city government. And I think the more we do various aspects of that to make it very open and comfortable, I would feel more comfortable.
Well, thank you. We'll take that under advisement. There was also in the days before there were Zoom, you know, this technology is much different than it used to be. So duly noted, and I'll certainly discuss it with Carmen and she'll discuss it with other people. I'm looking for my phone, which is what I'm dithering about. All right, so good morning, everyone. Now we have the HRPB and we're going in alphabetical order. Nadine Heinz, is she here? Now I'm assuming all these people have been notified about this meeting, right? Yeah, okay. Nadine
Yes,
Heinz,
multiple times.
I'm sure. Nadine Heinz is not here, so we're going to skip. Hopefully she'll come later. Jill Carlin is up. I'm still looking for my crazy phone. Well, it's always good to be first or last, right?
Yeah, I actually, the last time that I interviewed for a position on a board was exactly as Chris mentioned. It was friendly and it was not a hierarchy, and I feel that's important as well. So thank you for bringing that up. I forgot about that. And I think it's a really great idea. Hey, Carmen.
So how many minutes are we? Is it
Five.
five? Okay. And who's keeping score? Time.
I will, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am.
My pleasure.
Okay, Jill, you have applied for the HRPB board. Any other boards? No.
Easy. No, you're right.
I will, if there's a need, I will serve my community. So if you see a place where there's a need and it looks like a good fit, then I can do that as well. So
Okay.
I'm here to serve.
All right. So why don't you give us an opening statement?
What does that involve?
You telling us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on the board?
Okay, I think there's a lot written there, but
Yeah, we have your applications.
yeah. So I started my career in historic preservation when I was a young woman, because I lived on a street and up at the top of the hill when we were children, it was a big gigantic, acreage. There was a big old house that was like a haunted house. And we called it the Diggerville House, and we all used to play up there. And it was coming up for destruction. And then I was probably graduated from high school, maybe college. And so I was appointed by our mayor in Newton, Massachusetts, which is a very prestigious town. There's all Harvard professors on the board. I was very scared, and I was a young woman, but I learned a lot. Our board saved this house because I was passionate about saving this house. That isn't why they saved it, but that was why I was appointed to the board, because I was a young woman who wanted to save the house. And we did the first This Old House on television. That was in I want to say 77 or 78. So I was participating in our board, made that happen with WGBH in Boston. Further on, I did a lot of other conservation work. The Riston Mansion, excuse me, in Santa Cruz, I forget the name of the town, but I can't remember. But we had a fun group of people that worked on that. And in West Palm Beach, I've forgotten others. Oh yes, I worked at National Trust for Historic Preservation, raising money. I did cold calls, and in those days, in 1981, on a cold call, getting $20,000 out of a donor was huge. It would be like $1 million today. So I was one of the best fundraisers in that particular era, and I was passionate about historic preservation. I come from Boston. My home is located on the ground where Brook Farm, my family home was located where a place called Brook Farm was, and that was one of the early transcendentalist movements in America. I carry on, as you all know, very involved. What I feel is necessary in Lake Worth is to preserve what I call our 20th century South Florida vernacular architecture. That is our brand. And I feel it's imperative to preserve our brand. And we could do this. We could preserve our brand much the way Bath, England is preserved. It is a historic trust landmark, the entire city of Bath, England. And also we could, in addition to that, create a sustainable model for the globe, for the world, right here in Lake Worth Beach. We can do this, and I feel passionate about it. I feel that it's important that we do preserve our brand and that we make Lake Worth, and our brand could be the reason why we attract more tourists to Lake Worth than any place in South Florida, because everybody has nostalgia for the 1900s, and our city embodies that. It embodies an entire era from 1900 to 1999. Is that when I'm supposed to stop speaking?
Yeah, I don't want to cut into your time too much.
You always do.
I beg your pardon?
Every time I've ever been at this podium.
Well, there's a time limit for everyone.
Yeah, so what are you telling me?
That we have some questions and we'd like to not use all your
Okay.
time up. So that's,
Okay, all right, I didn't know the procedure, sorry.
that's okay.
Okay, my question is, being that I'm from Detroit, Michigan, I love history. I love preserving historical buildings, but I also believe that our city is in dire need of job creation and growth.
Mhm.
There's a very fine balance between that.
I agree.
As you know, we're in the process of approving the Gulfstream Hotel, which is a huge program and an opportunity for the city of Lake Worth Beach, not only to embrace our history, but to look for the future.
I agree.
So with that being said, what is your perception of good investment in the city of Lake Worth Beach when it comes to historical buildings, adding on, remodeling, reconstructing? What is your perception on that? Where do you think that the city of Lake Worth Beach should be going with that?
Thank you so much, Sarah, for your really good question. So that is where I really know what to do. And that has to do with sustainable development. We live on the coast in Florida. Buildings have fallen into the water on the coast in Florida. Climate change is real. It is not a fantasy. My work involved historic preservation and sustainable development. The word sustainable is a buzzword now. It's used all over the place. We have not embraced real concepts of sustainability in our vernacular, in what we build in this town. It is imperative that we start building sustainably, and I believe the greatest impact economically in our city could embrace an idea of education, educating, making our city a city where we educate people about sustainability based on what I call ecotecture, based on the 16 principles of ecotecture. If we took any one of those principles and started utilizing it in our development, which has never happened in our city, they've never mentioned anything about sustainability, real sustainability. I'm not talking about leads and just leads vision. This is a vision for sustainability. Bring education, make Lake Worth the center of education. We will have young people flocking to this town. Baby boomers are now being blamed by young people for what has happened in our society. We have been irresponsible, and it's time to get responsible in our development. Architecture is everything.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have a follow-up question to that. You are applying for the historic board. How does your vision of your ecotecture and your sustainable thing fit in? I think you had expressed some misgivings about the Gulf Stream,
I do,
and
very much so.
how does the HRPB fit in with future development in your view?
Well, the first thing is that what I've noticed in the past is that some of the decisions to that the HRPB, I don't know how you say the words, have not been in alignment with what I call historic preservation. So allowing people to destroy buildings that have been designed by architects. My late husband being an architect, I heard somebody say to me, oh, he'd be happy that that building was torn down. I know how much goes into building a building and what it takes to build a building and the vision that it takes. And to just willy-nilly, as the board did with tearing down the buildings on M Street, designed by Arthur the Baron Weeks, who was a famous architect in Ottawa, Ontario. Nobody looked into that, and they just tore down those buildings. They approved of that. I am not in favor of that. In terms of the Gulf Stream, I think it's imperative that we preserve the building and that we renovate that building. Myself, I feel that the 241 car or whatever it is parking garage is a disgrace and will be, everybody in the world right now is trying to get away from the automobile, especially fossil fuels. Lake Worth Beach, for the first time in their 100-year history, is saying, oh, let's build a parking garage right on Bryant Park, on one of our great gems, on one of our great jewels. No, I have a plan, and I have presented it to you that will be a futuristic plan. They're going to do it in Hollywood. They're going to do it in Fort Lauderdale. We could bring a gondola into our town and have people, it would be a tourist attraction in itself, and get rid of automobiles in our center city. Every city in Europe is getting rid of automobiles. It is important that we start moving into the 21st century. At the same time, we could preserve our town like a little bubble getty. We could make it like a Williamsburg. We could make it something like a jewel in South Florida crown. There is.
Madam Mayor, I'm very sorry to interrupt, but we are well past 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
May I suggest going forward that maybe we give the applicants
I thought about that.
a
Yeah.
minute to introduce themselves and then have some time for questioning. Thank you.
That's why you're the city clerk. I'm just the mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you very much. Oh, we have a couple, we're running a little over. We also have some people not here, so we have.
Well, this will be for everybody that's applying for HRPD. And maybe I need some clarification from our city manager, but just looking at the requirements, HRPD seems to have the strictest requirements for who can sit on the board.
Mhm.
Planning and zoning has 3 at-large positions, one that's 12, so 2 open, which gives us more flexibility here. But if I'm reading this correctly, there are no at-large positions for HRPD. Every member has to come from either architecture, architectural history, planning, archaeology. And then it says at least 3 in the areas of real estate, land development, banking, or law. So
I do not qualify.
Yeah, there are no
I do not
at-large.
have a degree in architecture or any of those things. I have studied architecture at Rhode Island School of Design, and my late husband taught me everything I know. So I do not qualify, and I was just, and at the day that City Hall opened, in November, I looked at where I could volunteer and serve in my city. And I saw that no one had applied at that time. I put in an application 7 months ago.
A lot of people do. Yeah.
And I put in an application without knowing those restrictions. It was not written on there that there were restrictions. So I just applied where I felt I could serve. If you feel that there is a better place where I can serve and no one else is serving, perhaps if I feel that it's the right place for me, I will do that. But that will be up to you guys. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
I just wanted to get clarification
Right.
because sometimes, it's not obvious.
I have taught and lectured at Harvard and MIT in those fields, in architecture.
That was about your husband's ecotecture.
That's
concept.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jill.
Madam Mayor,
Commissioners, I'm sorry, to clarify, the HRPB and the PZB both have 4 members should be in disciplines and 3 at large.
Okay, so HRPB also has at large?
Yes, it does.
Okay, it's definitely
It
not.
doesn't,
And I
okay.
have actually 3 members because I was going by the first thing when there were 5 members. It should be at least 4. At the top of each page, if there were requirements, I did try to put them in and
Yeah.
I mistyped it. It should be 4 members, not 3 shall be experienced in the areas for HRPB.
But then it
So-
says 3 members, real, then it's
Yes,
separate.
that's what's incorrect. It should say 4 members.
But 3
So
can be at large.
4 within the disciplines and 3 at large. I apologize.
Can I just get some extra clarification too, because it's separated into 2 different sentences, one where it focuses on architecture. And then the other one where it talks about real estate,
Right.
development, banking or law. So are we saying we need 4 members from any of those fields combined?
Any of those is my understanding. I pulled it from the ordinance,
And
which might need to be redone as well.
When we talked about it, and we had a conversation about it during the week, we talked about, because you originally had been 5 members, I believe, and then went to 7. Am I correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes, that's why I had the.
So we talked about, okay, so we talked, my thinking would be in terms of, because we're sort of interpreting what's available, what's the requirement now.
Right.
If we're having 7 members, if it was, I would like to see 5 members under those disciplines and 2 at large, because this is a very important, this is not a,
I second that.
how do you all feel about that?
Madam.
Right.
You don't get a microphone today, Carmen.
There you go. Hi.
We can hear you, Madam City Attorney. I mean, City Manager.
Attorney, whatever you want to be today.
Manager today. I just wanted to make sure we're clear, and if Melissa can help me, we do have existing members on the board that are still within their term.
Right.
And so they do have experience and disciplines.
Right.
And so I'm not sure how many on this board that on the vacant positions, which area discipline
Right.
seems to be available.
It looks like banking or law.
Well, let's see about, when we sit down, there's a chart, we're kind of talking today. When we sit down to sort of deliberate on our own, we can sort that out and say,
I just wanted to clarify.
And it does say on top.
Our interviewing, we know,
Yeah.
to be able to make sure that we understand exactly how they fit in, but we do have at large. Is this a requirement that is coming from the state or is this? a
No,
city
it's an
law?
ordinance.
Ours ordinance.
So even
Only
the field-
CRA is state.
Okay, but even the fields that we choose to focus on are coming from us, they're not coming
Well,
from.
it's the old ordinance, right?
Okay, so if we are gonna revisit changing from 5.4.3 to 5.2 and stuff like that, I think we should look at the ordinance as a whole.
Yeah, I would very much agree with that. Obviously, that doesn't apply to these interviews.
Right, right.
We have to go with what's existing,
Yeah.
but I have a concern about how it's set up also. I agree with the concern, the need for architect, district planning. I don't know what archaeology is really doing in there, but I
You don't
would,
like archaeology?
no, I like
It's
archaeology.
historic.
fine, but
It's history.
digging
There's a
up our
dinosaur
village out
bone
of the
there.
ground, we probably have other problems.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Real quick, before we continue, I just want to make sure that people realize that they should be addressing you as mayor, not by first name. There's a respectful thing on the dais.
Thank you. Watch out.
Sorry, it's just,
And I see Nadine Hines has walked in and she was first on our list, and she's here now, so I will call her. Nadine, what we're doing, Ms. Heinz, what we're doing is a minute, just introduce yourself and why you're interested, and then if questions that come up. So, she's,
Come up anywhere? or-
yeah, come up to the podium. Nadine is a lawyer. I know she owns the house and she has her business in Lake Worth. Applied to two, PZNB and reservation.
No, is this on or?
It is. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just we're having 1 minute to introduce yourself and then 4 minutes to have questions.
Sounds good. So as you heard, my name is Nadine Heights. I am an attorney. My office is right here downtown in South J. I am an immigration attorney. Known Betty, the mayor, for many, many years. I also live in the area at 721 North Palmway, lived there since about 2007. I own 2 other properties in Lake Worth Beach that I rent out. And I think this would be really interesting. I haven't been involved with, the city in any capacity in the past to serve. So I think this would be really interesting to be on one of the boards.
Okay. Do we have any questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner McBoy?
yes, thank you. One of the challenges of the Historic Resources Board is,
Sorry, if I can interrupt. I think I submitted for the planning and zoning board.
And the.
As well.
Oh, okay. Are they together or are they?
They're separate boards. One interview though.
Okay.
one of the challenges with the Historic Board is the balance between preserving to some degree our historic character versus adding a good deal of cost to renovations or changes or whatever, and a conflict between environmentally wise policies and historic. Sometimes they sit on opposite sides of the fence, not always, but they can. Can you comment a little bit on that?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think from a homeowner perspective, I have been involved with that process myself, so I think I understand it. And I think I respect the process that I'm actually glad that we have a historic preservation board because I think it's important. I don't think we want all our homes to be brand new, kind of, looking totally different. I think it's great that we preserve that history here, but again, on the other hand, I understand, of course, there's challenges because, there are things that are sometimes more modern or more important that we have to, do, and maybe there's a good balance, right? So, I mean, I think I would be obviously given the guidelines and know what those guidelines are and respect those guidelines.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz.
Yeah, I think you could bring a really unique perspective practicing immigration law.
Mhm.
Hats off to you. That's a really difficult area of law. I feel like the practice. So my question is, Lake Worth, at least in recent history and for much of its history, part of our history is the diversity and the immigrants who are in this community. So do you have any thoughts or anything you'd like to share about, plans and preserving that part of our history?
Yeah, I really hope that we can reach a lot of those immigrants in this community and have them be involved more in the, in the process and in voting and in the participation. Because they do tend to kind of maybe sit on the sidelines and not participate as much. Some for obvious reasons, if they are perhaps undocumented, then they feel like they don't have a say. Of course, they can't vote in certain situations, but there's many that have, green cards or have become citizens. So, yeah, and mostly in our community, I think we have, at least my clientele, mostly Haitian, a lot of Guatemalan, of course, but I personally seem to have a lot of Haitian clients. Once they find you and they like you, they stick with you. Right?
I do.
So I prefer it to, we refer clients to each other. So yeah.
Do you speak any other languages?
I speak German and a bit of French. I don't
That helps.
I was gonna say, not what I expected you to say.
No, my parents are German, so I grew up speaking German. And I'm actually from Canada. I'm a dual Canadian citizen. I was born in Toronto, so I speak a bit of French. And of course, when my Haitian clients hear that I'm Canadian and I speak a bit of French, they love that.
Yep.
I can't really speak, their Creole, but I can, get by with a reading of things, but I have a full-time legal assistant who speaks Spanish for my Spanish.
Okay, great. Commissioner Malega.
I'm gonna give you the same question I gave Ms. Carlin. There's a fine line, right, between historical preservation and preserving our history and bringing those buildings back to life and promoting smart investment in our city and wanting investors to know that we are an open city. We don't want all new, but we don't want all old. What do you see your role in that? And how do you see the future of the city of Lake Worth Beach in regards to that?
Well, I am, I'm definitely a voice for the businesses because I have a business downtown and I am working really hard to, have those businesses get a voice as well. So definitely I understand that we want growth, but we don't want to be Delray Beach either. I feel like I know what we want and I think we can definitely get there. But we do need to support our businesses because, one of the most disappointing things I see over the years is a new business opening up downtown and then failing in a year. And that to me is so sad. And I see it happening over and over and over again. I see the empty storefronts and I wish they were filled. But on the other hand, if they were all filled, we really would have a parking problem, right? Like, it's debatable whether we have a parking problem or not, although I know we've looked at the parking study. So I'm also involved with the Lantana Chamber of Commerce. I'm a board member on the Lantana Chamber. And as I know, some of you may have heard, we are trying to establish an offshoot called the Lake Worth Beach Business Chamber of Commerce. So, we're trying to do some things to get the Lake Worth Beach businesses more involved.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Commissioner Stokes.
So one of the biggest things that I'm looking for these planning boards is to make sure that we can, I feel like we're in need of a little bit of a reset in the way that we can treat every case that comes before them equally and fairly. So I think a project that's really important to this town and there's a lot of excitement about, like the Gulf Stream, should go through the same scrutiny as a project like the Ward's Place, which is serving a population that is neglected and mischaracterized. I haven't seen that. So what I'm looking for is maybe we all, it is a planning board, but I think it's important that we put people on there that have a good background, good values, all that stuff, but I don't see the role of the board members as largely shaping the direction of growth in the city, because that comes from our ordinances and, it's kind of the job to make sure that the projects that are coming before you are meeting the vision that has already been laid out by the city and surfacing areas maybe where there's some gaps in the code, I think the city wants this, but as I'm reviewing this project and seeing what's written in the code, there might be some misalignment. So, more of that partnership. So what I'm curious about is what you have in your experience that you think will allow you to be able to provide. So take every case before you and look at it and judge it by the merits of that project.
So that's exactly what I do on a daily basis.
I was going to say, thank you for that question.
And I recognize that's so important because, there are rules and guidelines, and of course, sometimes they're open to interpretation, but you've got to have a framework. And I'm big on process and I'm big on, what the policy is. So that's always going to be my number one guideline. What is the policy? What are the rules and regulations? And, definitely treating every case fairly is just goes without saying, definitely.
And there's obviously, there's room for discretion. That's why it's important that we, we're going through this process. I don't want to give the impression that's like a very rigid
Of course.
kind of thing, but we want to make sure that we're even across the board and that we have standards that we maintain no matter what comes before us and that we don't go off in either direction.
Of course.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Thank you. You haven't gone yet, right?
I have a question.
Okay.
Typically, things come to both HRPB and P&Z with a staff recommendation. And generally, if it's coming to you, the recommendation is going to be, you should approve this.
Staff maker meeting the which staff?
City staff,
City staff.
City staff.
planning and zoning.
Given that, how would you react if you got something that came with a staff recommendation to approve and you felt differently?
Well, I would definitely voice my concerns. I mean, I'm not gonna just go by the recommendation. If my role is to be objective and to review the case individually, then I would definitely voice my concerns if I felt differently. I don't have a problem with doing that, definitely.
Okay, because that has been an issue, and it becomes an issue sometimes for us. We have very good staff, very knowledgeable staff. However, there are room for interpretation. And one of the things I think that Commissioner Stokes referred to, and I'm sure you're aware, you've been here for a while, is I think there's a bit of a feeling in the community that was reflected in the recent elections that said, hey, we need to reorient a little bit here. Do you feel you would be comfortable doing that?
Yeah, like I said, I definitely am gonna evaluate every situation individually. So I think I have a good sense of judgment. I think I can, definitely, I'm not afraid to voice my concerns if I feel differently about something. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Anything else? How are we doing for time, ma'am? Madam Clerk?
I gave a few extra minutes because of the 2 board applications for this
Thank you.
applicant, but it would be good if we could move along.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Ms. Hines, for coming in and for your interest in both of those boards. I appreciate it.
All right. Good to see you all.
Thank you.
Take care. Good night.
Next up, appearing in person is Ricardo Martin. And you applied for HRPV, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I've lived in South Florida since 1962. In Miami.
Okay. You need 1
And
minute intro.
in the historical Shenandoah area. All my life, I've had an interest in historical. When I lived in Kendall, we were involved in the Hillian preservation of the Hillian Drive, which they were trying to make it into 4 lanes. We pushed and pushed, and it became historical. I wasn't in any board or directorship back then, but I was involved, attending the meetings and speaking up. In South Miami, I lived in, and we had a problem with the bakery center, which was, it had a quaint downtown like ours. And they came and they built this huge project that changed the part of the downtown. Basically, I've
I'm
always.
sorry, that's 1 minute.
That's a minute. Okay, the clerk is
I'm
done.
sorry, I apologize, but
No, that's your.
I just wanted to give some of
Yeah.
the, because I've been in banking all my life.
You're in real estate now, though, correct?
Yes, I'm in real estate. I'm a retired banker and now I'm a real estate agent.
Here and in North Carolina?
Yes,
Okay, now
in a
you,
little town in Hayesville, North Carolina.
I know Hazel. So you go back and forth quite a bit. This is a time
Yes,
commitment.
yes, no, normally we go when business slows down, we go.
Would you stay here because there was a board meeting?
Well, I was gonna go and I was gonna be on Zoom and I felt that it was
Right.
important enough to come in person.
Yeah, okay.
So I hope that sent the message.
So we're not relying on
No,
Zoom for that.
no.
Okay.
Normally, maybe once or twice in some situation. I do
Because
this
it's once
Zoom.
again. All right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think I've done, 2 Zooms.
And you're currently on what board?
On the-
You're currently on the historic board,
Yes,
right? I
yes.
just wanted you to put that out to the
I'm applying
public.
For renewal.
Right. Commissioner Malega?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the fact that because we're looking at the experience for each member,
Yes,
that currently Robert DiRenzo is under real estate.
Mm.
But I'm glad you brought up your financing and your banking background. Because I think that brings a lot to the table on this board. Because when you look at projects and to know what performers are, and each project is completely individual, and we have sent projects back to planning and zoning and to historical that we're now being sued for. But, we have said, once it got to our table, this shouldn't have been here and you need to go back, right? So I like the fact that you bring that finance perspective, but also have the love of the historical, and you have a real niche for that, when it comes to embracing and loving the South Florida history. But you also can understand, dollars and cents and perform an investment. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. You've been on the board now 3 years?
No, only a year.
A year, okay. In that year, is there anything that any decision that you look back on and say, yeah, not happy with that decision? That's my first question.
No,
Okay, and are there any decisions that you feel especially excited about?
excited, well, I'm excited about the golf trip, like most of the community.
Right.
I think we have a good group now, that is that developer group. And this is in banking, we look at all, what are the barriers to entry in the industry? And historically, you have certain developers that are highly experienced in that. And it's not like every developer has that historical background. We have one now in hand. We saw the previous one, it's all fake kind of group. And this group presents an opportunity that they're going to deliver the restoration. And at the same time, they have hotel experience. Running a hotel is like opening any other business. And it presents its risk. The property is in a great location. It is a valuable property, but yet this is an unproven. They haven't built a brand new hotel here in 100 years. So it's really an unproven market. And with that franchise of the Marriott, Marriott has a worldwide loyalty customer base and a reservation network that increases the probability of that hotel success immensely.
Commissioner Stokes.
So I just want to go back to a few of my points. So I'm curious about how your background in banking has, if there's any instance where you feel like that has helped you contribute or look at things differently. And then also if there's any areas where you feel that might have to be a little bit more diligent on remaining impartial, because at the end of the day, it is a planning decision that you're making. So if a project comes before you that we're really excited about the financial implications for the city, but it hasn't, met our standards, can you look at that differently than another project that is allowed by right, but might not have the same kind of financial impact?
Yes, I think I could keep that in partial view. Architecture is art, so that's why they have colors. So what in certain view people will have on a building, they might not like the addition, which is the new part. They want to see it in a certain other type of architecture. So, I try to put as much as possible my input in the historical. I tend to also look at architects and their opinion in terms of what they should be added and not added. But I look at what I think as a citizen living here in town that it would fit the community. And I think the restoration will shine, and that building will be next to it to support that restoration, but in a different architectural look and mode, which is part of Lake Worth. Lake Worth has all different types of, as you know.
I just got the buzzer from the city clerk.
Yes.
Yes,
So-
that's time.
It was subtle. It was very subtle.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Okay.
Appreciate
All
it.
right. Thank you.
Next up, apparently by Zoom, is Anthony.
Yes, Mr. Segrich is on. And has also applied to PZB and HRPB.
And CRA.
I'm sorry, HRPB, CRA, and PZB, all three.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Yeah, it didn't ask for the camera.
What? That's for the camera.
The permit, like Zoom permission.
The link? I'm surprised.
Is he a panelist? There might be
Madam
certain
Clerk,
permissions.
yeah, it's better if we see people when we talk to them.
Yeah, but you're on your phone, correct?
You're muted.
Now it's gone. There you go.
There he goes. Okay, great. Good morning.
Oh, there we go.
My first, how we're doing this is we have like a minute just to introduce yourself and your interest, and then we're asking you some questions.
Yep.
So
Anthony Segrich,
timed for 5 minutes. Sort of.
okay. Anthony Segrich, I live in at 601 South Palm Way in South Palm Park. I have a background in residential and commercial real estate. I currently am a licensed real estate agent. I also ran my own digital marketing firm for over 12 years. And most recently, I am working in the disaster mitigation and construction industries. I am a resident of Lake Worth for over 3 years, and Lake Worth is my home. I'm fully vested in Lake Worth, and the reason why I'm applying to these boards is to give back to the community, but also hopefully to help add a sense of.
Oops.
Whoops, you cut off. Add a sense of, and then it stopped.
Census.
He's frozen. Frozen in time.
He's in the woods in Maine, so there
What?
might be some
He's in Maine.
connectivity issues.
So he's either spearfishing, hunting, dog training, or gardening, according to his interests.
Yeah, right. Okay, he's frozen. So,
Should we move on to the next?
yeah, and we know that there's another person applying who's in Alaska. We may have the same problem.
Yeah, he hasn't, I don't know if he's gonna be able to make it, but right now he's not on.
Right. So I think we've discussed, that there are a couple people with
Oh,
serious
Wait,
problems.
Mr. Segrich, are you back?
Yeah,
Okay,
I apologize. I'm actually in the backwoods of Maine right now.
All right, we're a little jealous, but that's okay. We won't hold it against you.
So
So do we have?
I'm not
questions?
sure how much of that you guys got or lost, but
We lost quite a bit.
Yeah. Where did you live before 3 years ago?
Delray Beach.
Okay.
So I've been in South Florida for 13 years.
Thank you. Why don't you go a little bit about, you did freeze for a while, so if you want to just make a closing statement?
Sure. I was just saying, my reasoning for applying to the boards is to give back to the Lake Worth community, as well as to hopefully bring some more consistency and balance to the decision-making that the boards present. I believe that, people that are looking to invest in our town and have our town grow are looking for a little more certitude when they are dealing with any of the boards and the organizations within the city. I have a vast amount of experience running my own business, as well as in the fields of real estate and construction. And, I'm very much a data person, looking at the supporting data, the underlying code, and so on, to make an informed decision, less about opinion and more about the data and impact of things that are in front of me.
Thank you. Commissioner Maliga has a question.
Yes, I just wanted to ask a couple things. I'm going through your application. It says your first choice is for the CRA, second historic board, and third would be planning and zoning. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I also wanted to ask, you are a current advocate for short-term rentals, Airbnbs, vacation homes, whatever we want to put the title on them. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And also, I do know that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that your fiance is also working in regards to the property over on Lake Avenue and B Street in regards to creating a community garden.
Yes.
Okay, so I do like the fact that you're kind of all involved, right, in different areas.
Mhm.
And we're interviewing obviously right now for the Historical Preservation Board. What do you feel? Because obviously real estate again is filled. We do have 2 or 3 at large. We're still open to that positions. What in your background do you feel would be your highest attribute to the HRPV board?
I think it, in the construction sense, where I can help look at balancing the need to keep these buildings repaired and in good shape, and balancing that against the architectural and historical needs of the building. I think all too often we get caught in the minutia of the exact letter of something, and enact kind of decisions and rules that prevent the standard homeowner from being able to repair their historic home and keep it beautiful. And what ends up happening, and I've seen it in towns from Key West all the way through Louisiana, is these homes get into disrepair, we get a storm, and then you're stuck tearing down a historic structure versus actually revitalizing it. So that's kind of with historic.
Thank you.
Mr. Sandwich, how many properties do you own in the city?
I own 601 South Palm Way, and my fiance owns a short-term rental.
601 South Palm Way is your residence? That's where you live? Palm Way.
He's frozen again.
You froze.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Okay. Well, when he comes back, Commissioner McBoyd has a question. Oh, my goodness.
It's appropriate that in Maine they freeze.
He's freezing. Right?
Any time of the year, right?
Florida, you'd be melting. All right, let's see.
But so he's not going to be interviewing again. for-
Correct.
No, yeah,
So
for all
I'd
three.
love before he leaves, if you had anything.
Right, just
Hello.
the other.
About.
Oh,
Up here is, up here he is. Hey,
You're back.
you're back. Okay, Commissioner Stokes just asked, you are applying for 3 boards, and we've been talking about historic. What about the other 2 boards? Just real briefly, what you think you have to add to the other boards? And
You're muted.
you're muted.
Anthony, you're muted. There you go.
Consistency and fairness. I'm a data person, whether that's financial data or looking at the municipal codes or ordinances that are in front of me. I do a tremendous amount of research on projects that are presented to me.
No, well, yeah, I know.
And we're frozen.
Okay,
There you go.
McBoyd has a question for you. Let's get it in before you're freezing up.
Squeak one more question through.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll try to squeak it in. You lived, if my math is right, you lived 10 years in Delray Beach and 3 years here in Lake Worth. One of the things that we hear over the years a lot is we want to be a little different than we are now, but we don't want to be Delray Beach. How would you, if you were on those boards, achieve that, being a little different than we are, but not being Delray Beach?
And he's frozen again. Oh, there he is.
I'm partially frozen. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear you.
As I understand the question is, how can we be different than Delray and still grow? I feel that the historic neighborhoods are key to that. Preserving the integrity of the cottages and that lifestyle. There's a lot to attract tourism, and we don't need all the big buildings downtown. We've got a lot of neighborhoods where people Delray Beach did not have. Also, looking at the downtown area, we have more.
I feel like his interview would be really great if he didn't keep getting interrupted.
Well, yeah, we could hear what he has to say. Oh, my goodness.
This is like a bad TV commercial. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
We didn't hear most of that. We would suggest a Starbucks the next time, but
I don't know if they have them in the woods.
well, then you get yourself out of the woods, but
So could you just repeat what you said that while you were frozen from Mr. McBoyd, and then I have a question.
I think the downtown is where,
Buildings in downtown.
Okay.
Behind.
Okay, then I have a question. You are, we know that you're,
He's frozen again.
I can hear you.
okay. I know that you're, a pretty big proponent of Airbnbs and vacation rentals in the city. What's your response to the fact that there are those that would say, and this is a question that's gonna come before us. What do you say to the people that say Airbnbs, yes, they have their place, but they are taking over? We have a housing crisis and people can't find places to rent on a long-term basis. What's your reaction to that?
So I didn't hear the whole question, but I think I can guess it.
Anthony, if you turn your video off, we might
Have
not
some
lose
very
you.
valid,
Turn your video off, we might not lose you. So it's the broadband, it's the width,
Not that we don't want to see you,
You
but
look fabulous, but
but now that we know, now that
there
there.
you go. Let's try
Try
that.
that.
okay. So the people who are opposed to short-term rentals have a few common concerns, and they're valid concerns. Things like party houses, density, not having neighbors, and so forth.
No, I'm
A lot of
talking-
these concerns can be addressed by the proper application of code,
Okay.
especially
my
things like the
question.
party houses.
Mr. Segridge, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is more specifically posed as we have a housing crisis in our city. There is a terrible lack of apartments, houses for rent because so many are going to Airbnbs. While they have their place, how do you respond to those that would say, I don't care about the party house, that's not what I'm asking about that, you can deal with it.
Got it, understood.
I'm talking about the imbalance, what seems to be happening in the city right now. And I have nothing against Airbnbs, but.
Provided out as Airbnb. They have been at a similar number for several years. We have unique
we lost you again.
Again,
Didn't quite. The video wasn't the answer.
sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
We're not hearing anything. We're convinced that it's,
Okay, we didn't hear anything you just said.
um,
well, we did get an
That
but
was,
that was it.
are you there?
yeah, I'm here.
Okay, if you could just repeat your response.
Yep, I apologize.
This isn't gonna work. We didn't.
I think.
We had
the last
between
one was
500 to 600. Now we're at about 650. The properties that are being utilized as Airbnbs, many of them are
What? The suspense is killing me.
We're not hearing
We
again.
don't hear a word you're saying.
We heard the properties are,
Hey,
and then we were left on the edge of the cliff.
That's very nice.
small impact to that.
well, we missed all of that.
We'll have more conversations around that later, I'm sure.
Yeah. All right, so I mean, you said there were, from what we can hear, you said there used to be 600, now there's 650. It's not that big of a difference. And then you said something about Airbnbs are, and then you cut out. And you're still gone.
I think
I think we'll just move on.
Yeah, okay. I think this is probably I think we have a pretty good
I
idea.
hope a bear's not eating you. We'll
Yeah.
leave it at that.
Have a wonderful vacation and we will see you back in town. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, now the next one is Adam Sesson, who I believe is in a car moving to Colorado as we speak. Adam,
Moving
leaving.
out of the city?
Yeah, he posted yesterday that he and his friend are packed up with their dog and driving to Colorado.
He did not respond to, we did reach out to all of the applicants again to ask if anything had changed, if they could no longer serve, if they were no longer in the city. We did not hear back from him. So I guess we can cross him off the 6 boards to which he applied.
He applied a while back.
He did. And Richard Stowe is where?
I
Here?
didn't see him,
Is he coming?
he's not highlighted
No?
in blue.
All right, well,
Yes, he was supposed to be in person. I haven't heard
okay.
anything.
All right, now the next will be Daniel Woleski, who is in Alaska.
Yes, and he has not,
This is great.
yes, he, I do not see him on the Zoom. Oh, wait, let me see. Nope, I do not
No.
see him on the Zoom, so,
I spoke with him the other day and asked him, was he gonna, and he said he was gonna try, but he had very little hope that he would make it, which at that point, we already had it with Tricia. Is not able to make it because of a death in her family. So I said to him, I think that's a pretty good excuse, is we have no way to talk to us. And we can coordinate with people on their vacations. Anthony fortunately was able to be through a little bit. So I would offer to the group that we put Mr. Woleski in the second round.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if he's where he's at, it's like, would wood cabin.
Oh, it looks.
Sounds, yeah.
Hike to the
Alaska.
iceberg and try to get a signal.
Alaska. Okay, we're 11 o'clock right now. We're doing pretty good. We're down. That's all right. Hey, hey,
I
hey.
got us back on track.
Okay,
4, you did 4.
4, thank
Now
you.
we're on P and Z.
Someone's keeping track. All right, so
Now we're on P and Z.
now we're on P and Z. I would love to take like a 5-minute run to the
Ditto.
ladies' room break. Could we do that?
Yes, ditto.
Okay, we're gonna take a real quick break, ma'am. Okay,
Sounds good.
thank you.
Madam Mayor, it's 11:11. Can you unmute?
I can. I did.
Alaska?
No, Alaska's not coming. We're gonna reset him. So now we've gone to the list of the Planning and Zoning Board. And the first one up here is Mr. Bassi. Is Mr. Bassi in the room? Madam Clerk, were people told a specific time or just between 10 and 12?
They were given estimated times for each board in the morning
Okay, what was the
and asked to
estimated
arrive
time?
15 minutes beforehand.
What did we tell them for P and Z? What was the estimated time?
10 o'clock, okay.
Well, that was overall, but what was the estimated time for P and Z?
10:45 to, 10:45, so to be here at 10:30.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, 11:15.
No trouble. Okay, moving on.
first up is Mr. Bassi. We'll be looking at later. Alexander Cole. Sure. And you applied for the CRA as well, right?
Yes, that's.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name
Good morning.
is Alexander Cole. I've lived in the city for approximately 3 years. I've moved in South Florida for the better part of the last decade. I live at 1616 North M Place, involved in the association over there as well. What I bring to the table is approximately 10 years of risk management experience, development experience, mostly in middle market commercial and enterprise development, strong focus on historical buildings as well. Previous nonprofit work along with my current nonprofit work, Neighborly Neighbors, which work right here in town. In the past, I have served on the Bucks County Historical Society in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, which is part of the Greater Smithsonian umbrella, and in a greater capacity, the Tinicum Township Historical Society.
Which township?
Tinicum Township, which is just north of Bucks County, in a more involved capacity that was a little bit more hands-on. I am one of those individuals who have always had an eye for service or volunteer work. I have called Lake Worth my home proudly. For the last 3 years, I've been one of those many millennials who just jumps from apartment to apartment, town to town, seeking cheaper and cheaper rate as I go. And it has been such a pleasure to call this place home. So frankly, I am here very much out of a bit of a personal duty for volunteer work, for service work, and I do hope I can bring some of my skills to that table.
Thank you.
Senator, my hand, sir.
All right. I'll start with a question. In Bucks County, what were you on the Bucks County? What did you do there?
I was mostly on the, for the Bucks County Historical Society,
Right.
in the outreach program. I would mostly go to Philadelphia, Washington, DC, and I would seek grants. I would do a lot of community outreach with smaller nonprofits and for-profit organizations. Long story short, I was a donation.
Were you a member of the canal?
It was the canal.
I'm very familiar with
I
Bucks
was
County.
not a member of the canal, but I biked down it every weekend as I grew up on the canal.
Or Bowman.
And I did quite a lot of volunteer work for that. I grew up just outside of Hope.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I go there quite a bit. Just for background, and I have friends that live there. New Hope, Bucks County is it's where Washington's Crossing is. It's a very historical, lots of old homes, lots of gorgeous old homes.
Yes.
And a friend of mine was putting up a building and it was extremely by the book, historic, very, very strict historic.
Yeah,
Criteria.
for the anecdote, but Bucks County, approximately 30% of the land is historically preserved. And when I say historically preserved, I mean you can't do anything with it.
It's like in a land trust.
It will remain land, stone walls need to be constructed by hand, just as they were in the 1600s. Frankly, it's a little absurd, but the hard work certainly does pay off. If you have the opportunity, I strongly suggest planning a bed and breakfast vacation for that little county. It's absolutely beautiful.
Are you not interested in the historical board?
Frankly, I actually would be more than thrilled to work on the historical board. I know it asked me to give a priority on mine, but as I introduced myself here, frankly, I felt that I was in a position to assist with a multitude of boards, and I had to rank them and couldn't say I would love to do anything.
Yeah. You grew up in Bucks?
I did. I grew up in Bucks County before moving here after college.
I grew up in North Jersey. Okay. Commissioner Woleski has a question?
You said you've been in Lake Worth Beach for 2 years,
2 going on 3, that's right.
and where, Where did you reside previously? Were you Florida or?
Oh, yes. No, I have always been in Palm Beach County. I've been in Palm Beach County since 2012. I had lived in Boynton Beach.
Okay, so you've been in Florida for 10 years.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Better part of 10 years.
Thank you.
You lived through a hurricane.
I have lived through a hurricane. Those
That's
hurricanes
okay.
that have touched South Florida in the last 10 years have fortunately not been so bad.
You're, and
I have yet to see a big one,
let's
I'll tell
keep
you
it
that.
that way.
We don't want you to see the.
Hopefully you'll never see one.
The coast is.
That was, yes, that was.
Richard Diaz.
Yeah, on that regard, oh man, I don't want to bring up the H word, but you work in insurance and could you like just touch briefly on, you know, when it comes to insurance and property, I can just assume, or I'm sure you follow very closely land use and, you know, what, maybe if you can offer some thoughts on what you think the future of, you know, affordable housing, coastal development, whatever it may be, and how insurance, you know, really does play a role in a lot of that.
We talk at the higher levels of the insurance industry. I'm not, just to clarify, I am not a retail insurance broker. I can sell you home and auto, but really what I do is large commercial projects, middle market, strange liabilities. So I spend most of my time dealing with those larger markets. What we discuss constantly in the insurance industry is that the insurance industry is going to be the industry that brings the development in the energy industries along with us kicking and screaming. Simply put, you cannot build something, you cannot do something unless you can acquire insurance for it. And it's the brokers at Lloyd's and the consciousnesses across these international markets which are frankly determining that. The reason no coal mines are being built in America isn't because coal is unprofitable, because Lloyd's of London refuses to insure them anymore. And that is what we are seeing drastically in the property markets as well. As an example, FEMA just made drastic changes to how flood insurance, something many here in this town are familiar with already. You currently have it, that's great. However, if you are now purchasing a property, as an example, on the coast or in a special risk flood zone, you're going to find that the rate will be approximately 10 to 15 times higher than if you purchased it prior to October 20th of 2020. And that is because we are now actually using metrics and data to rate things accordingly. So apologies for the roundabout, but to answer your question, working in insurance means that I live and breathe in analytics and data, and a very large part of that is using that to calculate risk. So when it comes to flooding, when it comes to sea level rise, these are things that individual property owners, the city, public sector, private sector, these are things that you need to take into account and you very need to strongly consider. And frankly, I can sit here and tell you it's for environmental purposes, it's for preservation of property. But at the end of the day, when it comes to my clients, it's for their insurance bill. Because if I go to a coastal business, I'm under an NDA, so excuse me, I'll say what I can. One of my clients is a rather large hotel and resort in Palm Beach Island. They're looking at some rather large changes into how that is managed. And it is not for the good of heart, it's because they're not going to be able to afford their insurance bill 10 years down the line. And these are things that we need to consider from a strictly financial purpose. Yes, we can talk about rebuild. Yes, we can talk about development. But if the day comes where we can't acquire insurance, we can't acquire loans.
Okay, excellent, absolutely.
Commissioner McVoy.
Music to my ears. I've followed RE for a long time, the reinsurers, and they were one of the leaders on climate change. And thank you for sharing that about the coal mines. You're completely right that it's the insurance industry that is very open-minded about risk. They can see climate change, and I'm very pleased. And I agree with you that forget environmental reasons or doing good or all that stuff. There are some very concrete reasons we have to be open-eyed about how we look at development, how we look at these issues. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I only have a lot of people. I feel like I have
a break and everybody's here.
Bring and what you're about. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. Have you ever watched any of the meetings on video?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, I'm one of those people who watch the meetings and things like that. And
Nerdy.
thinks I'm crazy. Nerdy, yes, that's the word.
We're nerd friendly today.
Well, good to be here.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you for your time.
Now I see Richard Stowe came in, which was, we're going to the Sierra as well. Okay, so we'll just keep on going. Okay, Mr. Bassi, did Thomas Bassi come in? No. Okay, so we're moving down to Ed DeVoe. Is Ed here? I don't see him. Nadine Hines, we've already interviewed. Aaron Jenkins, do we have Aaron Jenkins in the room? Okay. How about the next one up is Anthony Murata, who's supposed to be by Zoom.
He is here and
I see him.
he
He is
experienced a death
here
last
and
night,
I'm
so
promoting him to panelist.
he said, please, he hasn't had much sleep. He had a passing last night in the family.
No.
Does he want to?
Mr. Murata? Because he's down for Zoom anyway. Is he out of town?
Yeah.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Can we see you? Oh, there you are.
There I am.
Okay, Mr. Murata, where are you?
I was actually supposed to be in Orlando. I was presenting for the Special Olympics this morning, an award. So that's why I requested the Zoom, and thank you for accommodating. For unfortunate reasons, I had to travel home to Canada. So please forgive my appearance. I haven't slept tonight. And so, but thank you for making this option available for me.
Thank you very much for being interested. So what we're doing is we're having about a minute to just introduce yourself, and then we have questions. We're limiting to 5 minutes because we have quite a few interviews to do.
Certainly. Okay, my name is Anthony Murata. I've lived in the city of Lake Worth for about 8.5 years at this point. I see you've asked some of the other candidates where they lived prior to that, so I can save a bit of time. I've lived in Palm Beach County since 1999. I lived in West Palm Beach. During that time, prior to that time, I spent the rest of my life in Canada, where I'm from originally. I've applied for planning and zoning. I'm currently on planning and zoning. I'm the vice chair, as you probably know in there. Some of my other background in terms of community service, which you'll see, I've been a board member for the homeless charity Family Promise for, I think I'm on about 7 or 8 years with them. I've sat on various HOA boards in different capacities in the neighborhood for about 20 years. I've been the president of the Parrot Cove Neighborhood Association for 8 years at this current time. I'm vice president. Reasons why I applied, again, as you'll see there, really two main things. There's really nothing that I personally gained from volunteering the time other than a sense of helping the community in donating some skills and experience that I have. I believe it's
Thank
part
you,
of the
that's
civic
time,
duty.
I'm sorry.
Sure, certainly.
That's and when she's trying to keep us in line, I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
no problem at all.
How long
Brevity
have
is
you been
fun.
on the P&Z board?
I've been on the P&Z board, I believe, for 7 years.
Okay. And can you tell me anything that you, looking back, would have done differently as a decision on the board?
I think we've been very fortunate on P&Z to have a very specific set of guidelines, LDRs, and staff reports for us to follow versus a historic board where I think there's a lot more judgment that goes into that because of subjective nature. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any where afterwards I look back and said, we really got that one wrong. I do feel that we've asked a lot of good questions, taken into account community concerns, such as with the Dollar General project and a few others. I think in the most part, we've been pretty thorough about it.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Oh, I see Mr. McVoy reaching for his light. Willie, there he did. All right. Mr. McVoy has a question for you.
Long way up.
Certainly.
If a decision, if a project comes to you on P and Z and staff recommends approval, but you don't think it's a good idea, or you don't think it fits with the nature of the community, what latitude do you see and how would you go about doing what you feel is your duty on the board at that point?
Certainly. That's a very good question, Commissioner McVoy, because staff is very thorough and does a good job, but that doesn't mean they're always correct. And part of what we're there for is to exercise that judgment. As you know, we have a few different things. We have quasi-judicial hearings that have to be followed very specifically to ensure that we're not creating issues for the city. I feel our latitude there is a little bit less. We have to make sure we're operating within that. As you know, we also have certain cases that we make a recommendation to the city commission, And then there's other ones where we're making regular decisions. I think our latitude in that comes from, first of all, asking lots of questions of them. It's important we understand, why are they saying this? How does it factor in with the LDRs? What are the circumstances? And then we look at, again, those LDRs and, as you mentioned, the nature of the community. And we have to factor that all in. The end result, though, is if we are not satisfied by that, if there's a lot of public support or opposition that's presented very good reasons for us to consider, we have the latitude in all those to either go against staff recommendations. We can add additional conditions, as we oftentimes do when concerns are brought up by members of the community on particular projects, to ensure we're addressing those. So short answer would be, we can tack on additional conditions to ensure that it is correct, or taking into account concerns of neighbors and addressing them, or we do have the ability to either turn down that, not recommend approval or so forth, if we feel strongly for it and staff is not able to acquiesce those concerns.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have two questions. One of them, I don't believe that you were present when the last Lord's Place project came before planning and zoning. I don't know if you went back and watched the meeting. I'm wondering if you felt the line of questioning there was, because I agree that the line of questioning that you asked is very important and very critical. Do you think it was appropriate?
When you're referring to the Lord's Place and you asked if I wasn't there, I'm sorry, you're asking about my line of questioning? You're asking about the general line of questioning?
I don't think you were there
Okay.
present at that meeting, but I didn't know if you went back and watched it and understood.
Right. So and thank you for bringing up that specific one, Commissioner Stokes. The Lord's Place one, if I'm thinking of the correct one that you're referring to, which was basically the women's shelter. Is that correct? Dixie Highway?
Federal
So
highway.
yeah, the federal, thank you.
Federal.
That one came before us several times. And I do believe I was absent for one of those, where I will tell you that I was concerned with what I was hearing in the ones that I was attending. And a lot of this came from the community concerns. They were not around matters that were before us. There were, in my opinion, too many statements being made about those who would be housed at this facility. And that was not our purview. Our purview was to make sure that it was in harmony with the LDRs. It looked correct. It addressed safety concerns. I know the dumpster kept coming up several times. There were concerns for where its placement was in the neighbors. Those are the things that we're supposed to be looking at, or obviously for a number of reasons. That is the project before us. And it's important for us to, number one, acknowledge that and keep those out of our thought process, not ask those questions. And although we do hear concerns from the community, those aren't things that we can factor in. And I'll relate that to the Dollar General project as well. That was a major site plan, not a Dollar General. So in terms of your questions, lines of questioning, I think we have to stay on the topics that are relevant to the project. It's harmony with the community. Listen to people's input, but it has to be focused on the project, not per se the people, if you will.
I'm sorry, that's time.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Clerk. Mr. Morano, I understand it's a family, something bad happened in your family, and our thoughts and go out to you. Thanks. Sorry that happened. And thank you for
Thanks very
appearing.
much.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you for making the time. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Woleski is on Zoom from Alaska. Would you like to allow him to?
Let's catch them while we can.
Yeah, all right, let me,
The surroundings.
Oh, man.
Good morning, Mr. Woleski.
Everybody in the audience, thank you for your patience,
Yeah,
by the way.
we've tried before. This man's in Alaska and he's trying to make contact with us, so we're going to give him a chance. Maine worked pretty good. Mr. Woleski, good afternoon, morning. You're in the morning.
You're on mute.
You're muted. Much easier when we can hear you. Oh. Mr. Woleski, you're muted. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
We can, actually, it's a pretty, I'm not gonna ask you to put your video on because I don't want to
Jinx
jinx it. Okay, you're doing pretty good. What we're doing is we're having about a minute, just to introduce yourself and then any questions that come up. We're limiting it to 5 minutes because we have a lot of people in the audience. So who are you and why do you want to do what you want to do?
I'm Dan Woleski. I've been a resident of the city for about 18 years on North K Street. I've restored a historic home in the city, and I'm a general contractor who does some work in the city. I'm interested in development issues anywhere in the county, definitely in the city. And I served on the Land Development Regulation Advisory Board for the county for 6 years. So I'm familiar with land development regulations, how to interpret them, and what the function of the board is. And I'm willing and able to serve.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any questions from anybody? I see Mr. Diaz has a question.
Yeah, thank you so much for applying, Mr. Woleski. I don't see it in your application, but I just wanted to ask or point out, my understanding is that I think you've done work with affordable housing projects, right, as a GC. Could you maybe comment up some thoughts on that, or how, you feel, any thoughts on that and how it applies to Lake Worth?
Yeah, so I definitely have. I was the construction manager for La Jolla Villages, which is the project on 6th Avenue South, which is an affordable housing project. I've also done the full development project management for 132 units in South Bay, which was done in partnership with a nonprofit as well as the Palm Beach County Housing Authority. So I understand both the construction challenges and the development challenges of affordable housing. And if there were affordable housing brought before us, I would be very familiar with both their the mechanisms and the requirements that they have from the financing and the guarantees, as well as a lot of the neighborhood concerns, having gone through those projects myself.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Woleski? Mr. McBoy? Oh, no, Commissioner Malega, race to the light.
Real quick, obviously, it seems like your schedule's pretty busy, and that planning and zoning is an intricate part of our city dynamics. Time constraint, are you going to be able to meet the meeting needs for the P&Z meetings?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a vacation here, a family vacation to Alaska that I had planned. Actually, it was planned before COVID, and then we canceled it and rescheduled it. So it just happened to coincide with this.
I thank you. I just see the fact that you're self-employed and you're in construction, and I know that, that time is of essence when you have big projects going on. I wanted to make sure that being self-employed, I can respect that. I just want to make sure that you are able to be obligated to the time that's going to be needed for the P&Z board.
Yes, I would.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McCoy has a question.
Vice Mayor Voice.
Vice Mayor.
We get a little.
Big voice. Well,
Mr. Woleski, would you say it's a fair statement that you might have some particular insights into how to address some of our development challenges in the city based on your experience with constructing a wide range of things, both affordable and larger and smaller? What I'm thinking of in particular is the mix of different kinds of developments, 1 and 2 stories, and also rehabilitation of existing things. Is that an area that or can you comment on that as far as what you would bring to the table?
Well, I definitely bring that perspective to the table of somebody who's been through, on the early planning sides all the way through construction and the turnover to the customer. So I understand. I have that perspective, and I do think that if somebody was bringing something before us, I would be able to, to apply that perspective and that experience that I have.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see none. Mr. Woleski, thank you so much for making your vacation. Be careful and have a safe trip home.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Watch for bears.
What? I was going to say, don't. I
didn't want to jinx.
I didn't want to jinx it. Okay, now we're going back to the Planning and Zoning Board, and the next one up is Susan Mason. I see she's here. Good afternoon.
Good morning. We're still morning.
We are. Yes.
Morning, yes, I'm Susan Mason. I live in Lake Worth Beach now for 8 years. I own a property on North M Street, and my background is, I think, a good balance of both public service and some private sector work. And I've also been, when I worked lived in Collier County for a long time, I did development with permitting, planning, and that type of thing. So I was on the inside of understanding how to apply regulations. And I'm also, I have an environmental background. I did largely environmental code enforcement, planning, permitting. And then also I have served on the city's tree board for a couple of years too. So I'm a certified arborist. I lived in Canada briefly in British Columbia. I had the opportunity to live and work there. But most of the time since the late 90s, I've been in South Florida, well, Southern Florida, as in Collier County until 2010. And moved here after, and I really felt a connection.
Thank you, that's time.
That's a minute. She's very strict. That's okay. Somebody's got to be, Commissioner Malek has a question.
Thank you for reapplying to another board and for wanting to serve. My question is, I see that you only put down for one position, that's P and Z. Would you be open to other advisory boards? Like if we were looking at the tree board or the rec board or the finance advisory board, any of those would you be interested in?
I think probably one of the boards I'd like to, tree pun intended, branch out. Not use the tree board again, but historic board would be very interesting to me. And so I was kind of alerted to the openings and the deadline the day before, thought about it. And so when I submitted the application, it was sort of meeting the deadline.
Okay, so
I'm open to other.
You would
also HRPB. Okay, thank you.
And you work for the South Florida Water Management District.
I do, yes.
Scientist supervisor, that sounds like a herd.
I know, right?
If my experience up here is any.
Easy.
I'm just saying, yes, you do, as a matter of fact.
It's not always in the logic.
No, not always.
Often.
Often, yeah, often.
Getting out of control here now. So.
Data.
You won your residence?
That's what I think it's supposed to say. I own.
Oh, yeah.
I thought so too. I was like, wow, she won a house.
Oh, I wish. No, the bank actually owns it. I'm just paying them one.
Oh, it's owned my residence.
I own
Since we.
I thought the same thing. I'm like, was it like one of those house giveaways that I missed? You know.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Are there any other questions for folks?
Well, we haven't asked her any yet, I don't think.
Well, yes, actually, Commissioner Malega did.
Well, what she said, but we can do a little more than that.
Hers don't.
What you saying? My question wasn't.
It doesn't count?
Doesn't count just because you didn't like
It
it.
doesn't count. I said it was only one.
We have to have a little fun.
Keep us on track.
Okay,
Commissioner
Commissioner
Scobie.
Vice Mayor.
One of the challenges of the historic board is the obvious side, which is to protect the historic structures in the community and keep some of that historic flavor. Sometimes it's not those structures, but actually historic history. The other side that it sometimes comes in conflict with too, that I can think of, are economic. Is there an undue burden that perhaps doesn't have a lot of return historically for a homeowner or sometimes it's a business? And the other is sometimes there's a conflict with environmental considerations. Tinting of windows comes to mind, what kind of roof, reflection. How would you see trying to balance those things if you were involved with historic?
I think it is very important from a sustainability point of view that the homeowners get a return on their investment. You want to make the process consistent, and that if I'm in a historic area, my property is deemed to be of historic value, that perhaps the different improvements could be on sides of the house that weren't visible from the street. If there's a way to do that, if you wanted to add solar panels, and obviously not historic, there's ways you could shield it or block it from a neighbor, or some of the things. I think if we get bogged down in the way things were done in the old days, we can't advance. So you do need to balance sustainability when it comes to adding, a different roofing material. It might be something that was even done. Sometimes we think we know what was in style back in the 30s, but there were still people who were doing these things that we now consider to be advanced, but they were already a technology that was available. So sometimes opening the picture broader, can still work.
Thank you. And a last question from,
One more question. Back to additional boards. I love the fact, I love your background, and I was wondering if you'd ever considered the C-51 or Blue Way Trail or whatever we're gonna call it that we're reconfiguring. Would you be interested in that as well?
Certainly, yes.
would
Thank
that
you.
not, that would be a conflict of interest for you?
I don't believe so. I would double check with the district, but my area is in applied sciences and we work largely in the STAs, that's stormwater treatment areas, and I'm mostly in the north part, so.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. So, did I call it Aaron Jenkins before?
Yes.
I did it. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Greg Rice, you're up.
Just a reminder that this is interviews for PZB right now.
Oh, P and Z.
Madam City Manager, could you give Mr. Rice a microphone, please? Thank you.
She's on it.
You are.
She is, of course she is.
We're on P and Z. She said HR.
Yeah, we're on P and Z now.
Thank you, guys. Probably don't need to do this part, but Greg Rice. Now, the Terminator. Anyhow. I've lived in Lake Worth since 2006 when the Lucerne was opened. But I grew up here in Lake Worth. My grandparents and from both sides of the family. They lived here in Lake Worth, moved in here in the 20s and 30s. And they came home too, and they died. So this was kind of feels like home to me. And people to this day still think that I went to every high school in town. Certainly Lake Worth High School is one of the high schools that they mentioned. And I was telling guys, I said, when they say what high school it was or whatever, typically they don't. I said, because if I went to the same high school, if I could know or told that I would do, I'd be a better speller. Yeah, that's my background. You guys want to ask me questions or?
Let me ask you, you're on the P and Z board now, correct? You're the chair. How long have you been on the P and Z board?
10 years.
10? Okay. And here's a question I've asked a couple of other people on boards. Looking back over the 10 years, is there anything that you look back and go, yeah, we could have done that better that you've done in the city?
I'm going to echo what Anthony Morales said. I find myself as the chair of that board of running a good meeting. And back when we used to have attorneys that sat up there when we were having our meetings. I complimented Paul all the time about keeping the meeting as the meeting and discussion on the rail and what have you. And for some reason now we don't have that. I get legendary days. We don't have an attorney that's planning a zoning. We have a very competent staff. I'm telling you, it's probably the most overworked, underpaid staff that the city has. And I say that based on factual information. We hire young people for the most part. We train them for a year or two or whatever. They get this work experience under their belt. And they're going to work for Delray or Boyd or anybody else that, pay them another $1,000 a year or more. And we lose them, we have to start all over again. I don't see how they can do that and continue keeping the board with respect to that today.
My question was more as you drive around, you look at something and say, yeah, that could have been better.
Of course, you can always look at something after the fact.
Mhm.
When we see things most of the time, we're seeing, just like you're seeing right now, words on paper.
Mhm.
It's not a matter of a finished product. If we get to see that down the road, sometimes years down the road. And so, but I do have to say though, like Anthony did say, we discuss things extensively, and I heard Commissioner Stone say that she has a wish that we couldn't do a reset for everybody. If you do a reset, of course, Anthony and myself are the longest seated members on the P&T board right now. I do highly suggest that you keep at least one of us because of the history. I know history might not seem important to younger people right now, but there are a lot of things, especially in the zoning, planning and zoning area, that are critical to the histories of the town and cases that have been before us and what have you. So that's my recommendation to you is that I enjoy serving the city of Lakewood. I've emceed the Christmas parade with my twin brother for probably 25 to 30 years. So you and I serve on the Centennial Committee and all these other committees. This my boy was last week at a homeowners meeting that I was attending and taking questions from the group. And he asked the question, and my question to all of you is, how many of these boards, especially, and they're all important, all of our volunteer boards are very, very important. Some may be more than others, but he asked a question about things that questions that are asked or things people are asking for, or what have you. Especially as it relates to this was a question more geared toward the Gulf Stream, but he said he had several people that he knew who wrote comments in and sent them, and we weren't going to read the comments from everybody, of course, but he said they had questions that they were very concerned about, and he mentioned 3 or 4 words. And as my 10 years on the planning and zoning board, those 3 or 4 words are the things that no matter what board it is, and I'm sure HRPB, planning and zoning, and other boards, is traffic, congestion, nighttime lighting. Those same 4 or 5 concerns is across the board. It is. I encourage you, and I know you guys go to enough meetings. I hope none of you are alcoholics, and I know you guys do. You got to go to those meetings every day, but you go to enough meetings, you don't need any more meetings to go do it. I really hope that you have a chance to sit in on planning and zoning board, HRPB board, and see that when the rubber hits the road, and see how those meetings are run, and the comments that people make.
And it's wonderful to be able to watch them now after, because I heard.
Thank you, that's time.
I heard it, and I just have, if Commissioner Leggett has a very quick question.
Yes, first I want to say thank you for 10 years of service on the P and Z board. And thank you for being as active as you are.
In our city.
My next question is, there are obviously other boards that have needs and leadership needs. Would you be interested in any other board? We are working on a business advisory board as well. So was there anything else in the city that you would be interested in?
I'm going to answer that question by something that my wife told me, and I've said it many times in public. He said, it's good that you're not a girl, you have a hard time saying no. So that being said, I'd be glad to talk to you about it. I don't see any of these boards being a step up the ladder or down the ladder. That's not what it's all about. I raised my hand for everything, so I would certainly look at it, but I really do highly encourage you to at least keep myself and or Anthony on the people who do it.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it.
Oh, we had the 5-minute, but
No, I just wanted to, I know, I hope I didn't unintentionally, try to not appreciate all the work that has been done, or the specific members on the board. I feel like there needs to be reset of some of the mindset and the culture from the meeting that I have watched. I've observed, different levels of treatment depending on the applicant that has, and I don't watch every meeting. So maybe I just tuned in to a few that weren't your best days. So.
Very possible, like just like the rules was
Yeah.
that Anthony was talking about.
Right. So I watched one applicant come in and have all sorts of questions asked that were out of line, followed up by another one where the board bent over backwards to remove barriers and obstacles for that applicant. And I was just looking at the different treatments and thinking this is unacceptable. And like I said, that might have just been a bad day. So if nothing I said was intended to point fingers at any of the board members, but I want to make sure that as we're filling these seats, people are going in with the mindset of what their job is, that the importance of fairness and equity and treatment and, where there's some latitude and where you have to kind of stick by the book. So I appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know what my party board will be 10 years from now, 20 years from now. All of us in this room, we're going to be a hyphen between year dates or whatever, and that hyphen is going to be the service that we put into the city when we're there. You see these pictures back there, and they all have dates that they, pictures were taken, I think it was taken, or whatever. I know, you can see here, gradually see, some of the guys that are still in town today, they're still here. Anyhow, that what is in between those two dates, that hyphen, is your mark and your handprints on this city.
That's right.
And we're all gonna, we're gonna fade away, and they won't remember us for the most part, but it's the time we spent.
Thank you very much. And
Greg.
again, thank you. I think everyone in this room thanks you for all that we've done for the city. Thank you. Anthony Segrich is done. Evelyn Yerkoyo. Hi. And I think we're just going to ask this question of everybody. If you've applied for one board, are you willing to serve on other boards? Is that something?
Yes, I hope that you take my professional background and my passion and.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So you about a minute for yourself, and then we have some questions.
So my name is Evelyn Urcullo. I currently reside at 15 South Gulf Street Hotel. I have lived in Lake Worth before that at 315 South K, and before I was actually living in Boca for 2 years. Prior to that, I was born and raised around New York City, and decided I need a drastic life change. So Lake Worth is now my home, and some of you have met me personally, and I wanted to kind of create an engaging community outreach platform. I wanted to inspire togetherness in Lake Worth, unify and create an iconic setting for anyone, no matter what kind of phase of your life you're currently in, and celebrate the spirit of Lake Worth. I personally have over 10 years of executive administrative experiences. I've worked with CEOs in Manhattan. I've worked with executive directors of nonprofits, worked with board of directors, and have real estate experience. That's currently what I'm doing now. I personally like.
Thank you, that's time.
It comes quick. Thank you very much. Do I see any questions? Mr. McCoy.
You mentioned some experience in the New York City area. Was any of that with firms that related to architecture or land use or landscape?
Yeah, so the ones in New York City, that was for recruitment for nonprofits. I did work in architecture that was in Jersey City when I decided New York was nowhere.
Did you live in the city or Jersey?
I lived in Queens and Brooklyn. I was born in Queens, and I moved to Jersey because it was cheaper. So.
Thank you. That's just total curiosity.
Yeah.
I'm from that area. Have you been watching P&Z board meetings?
Yes, I just to be in line with what's going on now, I was watching the last one, the first, and some of the topics that were discussed was very much in line to what I would like to know in terms of the affordable housing, in terms of the economic development that we want for Lake Worth. I know that there's been some fear in terms of that, but I would rather face those fears than to ignore what's uncomfortable and take a deep look at our foundation instead of focusing on acknowledging everything that was done previously. But I would rather focus on how we there lasting ways that we can heal together.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions?
I do.
Commissioner Leggett?
I'm just curious, and I'm looking at you have a lot of different interest in like sailing club. That's awesome. Do you have, are you bilingual?
Yes, my family's from Nicaragua, so
Okay.
I speak Spanish.
I was gonna say you speak German, right? Okay, and that being said, also, would you be interested in something like the Blue Wave Trail? Are you familiar with that project?
I'm not.
Because I see the sailing and
Right.
some of your interests are.
My boyfriend has a 30-foot Cape Dory. We're actually going to be on in Indian Town, so I've had some experience in that and catamaran. I don't know what was it called?
The Blue Way Trail.
But I would love to research it and see if that's something that's suitable for me.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the C-51 canal is the canal that separates us from West Palm Beach by the McDonald's when you go over Dixie Highway, and it's a important waterway.
See, I'm still learning Florida geography. Now that I don't have large landscape. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stokes.
I just wanted to give you a chance to explain your experience and how you think it would help with being able to to participate in the planning and zoning meetings and making those decisions and interpreting. There's a lot of, I mean, I don't want to speak for all of us, but I think the majority of us here did not have planning and zoning backgrounds before we sat in this chair. There's a lot of learning that you do, but if you have certain skill sets, I think you can get by. So is there, as far as being able to take our code and apply it and being able to ask the right questions and have some discretion, what do you think you bring to the table with regards to that?
Personally and professionally, I did take a really close eye as to what the requirements were. And I did see that there is a Palm Beach County Code of Ethics training. So I'm like, oh, perfect, saving that. So I do like personally doing a lot of the research. I know that in regards to that particular board, they do listen on, they give advice and recommendation based on public concerns. And I just think I have a personal involvement here. Like if I want to sell roofs, it's up to my benefit and to the benefit of the city. If we go and move forward in a positive way and listen to what the needs are, environmentally speaking, personally speaking. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's all the questions. Thank you for coming down and giving a part of your Saturday. Yeah.
Two down.
Yeah, we are now on the CRA.
Pro. I love that we're seeing people that we don't normally see, like, we're seeing people apply that, haven't been part of anything that we're familiar with.
And one of the things years ago, when I applied to be on the code enforcement board, I didn't get that, but I was put on the civil service board. And from that's how I got to know people in the city and I got to know the.
You guys can be mayors in the future. It's just one step in the big civil service.
I don't think they have it, got employees. That's right. But it got me. It was at your start of where I am.
I was just gonna say, it ignites that fire.
Now we are on the CRA and we have starting out with Mr. Bartlett, Andrew Bartlett. One of our L Street, people, one of the men from L.
Yeah.
It is the morning, get 2 minutes.
It's a pleasure for me to be here and thank you, Commissioner, for taking your Saturday to do this important work. And Commissioner Malega, congratulations on your tenure in the board.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very exciting to move forward and making it through the pandemic. So I applied for the CRA originally just because I love Lake Worth Beach and I know Lake Worth Beach has its challenges and I wanted to do what I could to really help. And the prior member in my seat at the CRA offered to introduce me and so I jumped on board. That was in 2019. And of course, the CRA went through some struggles, particularly through the campaigns of 2020. And, I saw that I work for the South Florida Water Management District, and that water management district went through the exact same pains that resulted in a new board for the water management district. And it was rooted in a reputation on lack of transparency. And so when I saw that happen with this community redevelopment agency, I decided that I could bring my expertise on how I changed the reputation of the South Florida Water Management District to being one of transparent to the CRA. And so I immediately talked to a couple of commissioners here. I talked to Joan to figure out how we could take the issue at hand, which was the L&M property, and deal with that reputation and put it in a new direction so that we could actually come up with a solution for the commission to actually do something with those properties and deal with the vacancies that are there. So
Thank you, that's time.
That's your 1 minute for just introducing yourself. How long you're currently on the CRA?
I am.
And how long have you been on the CRA?
3 years.
3 years. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Malega.
As you know, Mr. Bartlett, the CRA is set to sunset in 9 years. What is your opinion on that? I would like to know, do you believe that it's of value for the city of Lake Worth Beach to let it sunset? Or would it be more valuable for us to redistrict it? And what your honest opinion is of that? Now that you're sitting on the board, you can kind of see from inside out.
The city needs the CRA. It is an organization that is extremely nimble and can do a whole lot of good for the city. It needs to follow the leadership of the commission, right? And the board members need to pay very close attention to the commission and the atmosphere of the city. But what the CRA brings is the ability to do something quickly, whether there's a house that needs work or anything like that. You go to the CRA, within months, we can turn something around. You know, with that, it is a very nimble organization. If you need new signs, you need new waste baskets, you need new benches, it can happen. It can happen quickly with great staff, and to lose the CRA would be just very, very much a shame.
Thank you.
Would you have any objection to the CRA meeting at the city hall, bringing the meetings here?
I have, no ma'am, Mayor, I have suggested that myself, just because of the Zoom capability. It's you know, to create more accessibility to the CRA, it might be better to have meetings.
So from your opening statement, it sounds as though you recognize the problems we had with the CRA and the LNM project and all that. And you've been on the board for 3 years. So looking back, how would you do that differently?
During that era, there was, it was a different atmosphere with the commission and everything. So it was get the job done, get it done. But it lacked, particularly for very sensitive properties like these, it lacked good engagement. And so as we move forward with projects right now, we have seen better engagement from the developers and so forth. Before they start putting pen to paper, they engage the communities a lot better. The circle properties at the end here, they've done a fantastic job engaging and working with the community to make sure what they put forward is good. So I think early on, like we're doing with the Charette for L&M, particularly for those type of properties, you need to hit it hard when it comes to engagement and really getting the opinions of the people, particularly those that live around them. And so as I push forward for that charrette process, I had a lot of meetings with Trevor Coe's planning, Joan, everybody, to try to make sure that as that unfolded, there was no criticism on lack of access to be able to express your opinion and get it done. And I think they've done a great job today. The reason I'm very interested in the CRA going forward is I want to see that finished. I want to see that something happen to those properties in the correct way, the correct kind of engagement. So that hasn't finished yet. So I'm really interested in seeing it through.
So you have no trouble with the word transparency? Thanks.
Not at all. It's a very necessary thing when you're in the government.
And sometimes we learn the hard way. Any other questions for anybody? Mr. Stokes?
Something as we continue, the CRA is a large district, but I know there's a lot of concern on the western part of our downtown area and making sure we get the engagement from the people that live there, which they're not the people that traditionally have, participate in city government for like the previous board members, a variety of reasons. And we did have a lot of community engagement with the charrette, and I thought that was very successful. We heard tons of great feedback, but there was definitely a population that was missing. So is that something that your board is discussing? Is it just like, well, it's hard, what can we do? Or is that something that you guys have been actively discussing? Like, how can we do better? What can we, let's like brainstorm some so where are your thoughts and feelings about that?
So absolutely, that engagement needs to happen. And you're right, it is hard and we struggle. It's a very small staff to try to figure out how to make that happen. So I think really it becomes the partnership that when a developer comes forward and wants to do something for those properties, it's really partnering with the developer who has those resources to engage the community organizations, like the one that did for the circle properties. Make sure you get into those neighborhoods, get to those neighborhood meetings in the proper language, all those types of things to get the really good feedback. So it really is a partnership approach when it comes to those things.
Thank you, Commissioner Diaz.
Thank you. I feel like I've come to know you pretty well over the years, and I think you're being really humble on your one-page application. Something that really stands out is your comments on transparency. That is so critical and important. And I'm just curious, sometimes when you're transparent, sometimes you have to advocate for something that maybe isn't popular, or maybe the community doesn't recognize the full importance of what you're doing. So I'm kind of just curious if there's throughout your work experience that stands out as an example where you kind of had to go against the grain, even though you knew you were doing the right thing? And, what are your thoughts on how to handle those kinds of situations?
Thank you. That's a good question. So, generally speaking, so I've been doing public service for 30 years, right? And generally speaking, in public service, everyone has the same goal. It's how you get there that is a real challenge. And so there are difficult decisions that need to be made, but you can't shy away from the conversation. And so when I see those things bubbling and people getting angry, it's you run towards the fire, right? So you actually get into that engagement, you talk to them, you empathize, you explain, but the feeling of engagement is very important. And so as the water management district, I've been working with the water management district to create that kind of access. Every time I see those kinds of things happening, I call, right? You just got to have the conversation. And it does
Thank you,
take
that's time.
and effort.
That's time.
If I could just thank you briefly, before we got elected and we were trying to reach out to the CRA and have
Mhm.
conversations about the L&M project. I remember Mr. Bartlett being
Yeah.
the most accessible board
Yeah.
member and really caring about what the community had to say, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I think we're all aware that Mrs. Elizabeth Capozzi. Not here?
She just tried to call.
Are you texting?
She called and I texted, I said, I can't answer it. I knew that she was on the list and I didn't see anybody that looked like her because somebody I didn't know. I asked her if she could make it over in 15 minutes. I haven't seen it back. So
Okay, thank you.
if she gets here, she gets here.
And Constantine? Good morning.
Good afternoon, I think.
Oh, it is now. See, 8 minutes. I'm behind the times. Quick, brief introduction.
First off, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Matt Constantine. I live on 229 North K Street. I've lived in the city of Lake Worth for close to 18 years. I live in the CRA district and also I work for a nonprofit, Adopt a Family of the Palm Beaches, which is also headquartered in Lake Worth. So, our agency does a lot of work surrounding housing for families experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. And have had, just a really great opportunity to be involved with the city in a lot of different facets, including serving on the CRA board in 2004 to 2008. And, just at a place where I'm interested to get involved with that.
Okay, great. Commissioner Lega.
Hi, Matt. How are you? Thank you for all your hard work, especially with your organization, Adopt a Family. My question is, and this is really the only question, but you kind of answered it. Is there a conflict of interest when it comes to things that will come before the CRA board, which you'll be partnering with? Because CRA does partner with Adopt a Family, affordable housing. Is there a conflict of interest between those two boards that you would have to recuse yourself from voting, especially if it came to a big financial project?
That could potentially happen, but I don't think it will. I think we partner with the CRA maybe once or twice in the 20 years I've worked at Adopt a Family, NSP2 being that big one, right, with those units. But my advocacy is coming from a place as a resident. I mean, I see the work that the CRA is doing with community land trusts, and I think that's awesome. I think that's probably one of the best tools that we could use in our community. But obviously, if there was anything that came close, I would happily
Recuse yourself. Thank you. And thank you for everything you do.
In full disclosure, Mr. Constantine is my nephew's employer.
Well, in full disclosure, I bought my house through Adopt a Family, so.
Okay, very transparent.
2010, a long time ago.
And I remember when Adopt a Family first bought those houses in the 90s, that apartment complex on Lake Avenue, and people were saying, oh my God, they're going to bring all these homeless people. And it was the place was a wreck anyway. And what you've done to that area of the city, what Adopt a Family has done, thank you. It's really amazing. It's an amazing program. Commissioner Stokes.
Yeah, so you had mentioned the Community Land Trust, and I know you were present at the workshop or information series that the CRA put on for all of us about a year ago, for all the different financing and the different tools that are available to do different types of housing. So do you have experience working with those different tools that you think would be helpful as a board member of the CRA? If you could elaborate on that.
Sure. I mean, from my experience, a lot of the work we do with the agency I work with is sort of kind of old school capital campaign, raise money. It's an expensive endeavor. There's no shortcut around, increasing the supply of affordable housing. It costs money. But I definitely have experience working with some of the developers in our community who do tax credit financing and other types of projects. And the Palm Beach County Community Land Trust, Cindy and their team, they do a lot of different layering of subsidies as well to try to get, to be able to make those homes affordable for the families we serve. So I'm really excited, that the city is paying such close attention to it because it's a broken record, but it truly is a crisis now. It's past crisis point, and we have to do something.
Well, I see Commissioner Vice Mayor requires. I don't know. Would you consider being on other boards other than the CRA? You applied this. Okay.
I will. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think all of us have no doubt about your expertise in the area of affordable housing, and we would value that very much. If you were on P&Z, for instance, you would be dealing with developments, or you might be dealing, it's reasonable to expect, you might deal with developments that weren't affordable housing. Do you feel your experience in construction, your experience in financing developments would be adequate background to look at those kind of things as well?
For planning and zoning, I think I'm probably not the best pick for that. Just to be brutally honest, the construction piece, I work with behind raising our funds and going out and, doing some work with our project manager. But I don't know if my expertise would be as helpful on the planning and zoning board. But
More so CRA.
Yes. Okay.
What about the Finance Advisory Board? Fab.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for you and what your organization does for our city.
Very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Matt. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And if you've been interviewed, you don't have to wait, just so you know, you can go enjoy your.
We're not voting today. We're just.
Let everybody off the hook. You can.
Okay, next up is Ann Fairfax, who I believe is by Zoom.
She should be able to speak.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can't see, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, I'm not sure how to undo that, but I happen to be in England at the moment, so I'm not in Alaska or Maine. So I have been in the building design development world since 1986. I'm a licensed architect. I've owned property in South Florida since 1997. I've owned property in Lake Worth since for the last 9 years. I currently reside half the year at 226 South L Street, and I own other property, commercial property at 202 North Federal. I've been active on nonprofit boards and volunteer service my whole life. I'm currently serving as Landmarks Commissioner in Palm Beach. I have a master's degree from Oxford in Sustainable Urban Development, where my topic of dissertation was on Lake Worth historic districts and incremental development and attitudes on accessory dwelling units, where I learned quite a bit.
That's your 1 minute intro. I have a real quick question. You applied for this area. Would you consider either the historic resources or the planning and zoning board?
No, I think I'd prefer to be on the CRA.
Okay, thank you. Any commissioners, Malika has a question.
I just wanted to be full disclosure that Ann Fairfax has been retained by my spouse and I for some architectural work.
Okay. Any other questions? How do you see, I'll have a question, then I'll start out with, your clientele is extremely high end. CRA Lake Worth is not extremely high end. We are.
Depends on who you ask.
We are in our own way, but we are, we deal with the cities, we can't say, build me something beautiful and here's a check for it. So how do you feel you balance your amazing, architectural experience with what we deal with here?
I think, I've lived in Lake Worth for almost 10 years now. So, and having done the research too, and the, deep research on Lake Worth, I have a really good idea of the community and, its needs. I'm familiar with adoptive family. Also in my professional capacity, having responded to RFQs and RFPs for development projects, I have a good handle on what should go in that. And with my perspective on the community and being embedded in it for so long, I'm much more nimble than you think. I'm not, somebody who's, just because my clientele happens to, not necessarily, but sometimes be in Lake Worth. I serve many different needs in the architectural capacity.
Okay. And the time commitment, I know that you travel back and forth, you've got to visit New York as well. In terms of, the time commitment that it would take to have a monthly meeting in person in Lake Worth, is that something that you can do?
Yes, and I currently do that now to serve on the as a commissioner in Palm Beach. So I'm used to getting on a plane, coming down for meetings.
Okay. Any other questions?
I was just.
Jokes is a good question.
As far as with the CRA is different from the other planning boards, where I feel like their job is, here's a project, review it, approve, recommend denial conditions. Where the CRA, I'm just curious if you see the role of the board as similar of just, the time commitment being that monthly meeting, or is there behind the scenes work that you imagine you would be doing?
I think it seems to be, being so intimately involved too in that the L&M issues that arose, and then I think the very successful charrette that came out of the fact that I think there was a lack of community engagement has all been very healing for the community and for the CRA. I do think that working with the staff and working with the community and understanding the community's needs, it's a delicate balance. You're pushing for development. You're sometimes an advocate for a developer, but on the other hand, I think you have to be embedded in that community to understand, what the future should be for that community, and and have a vision yourself for that. I think just following the rules or listening to the developer and trying to figure out whether they're an appropriate choice for the community is as important as anything.
Thank you.
Commissioner McVoy has a question.
Yeah, thank you for reporting in from so far away, and interesting to hear. I didn't know that you had done a degree at Oxford particularly on Lake Worth. That's pretty cool to learn. A question for you, and it relates a little bit to what you just mentioned and what's been mentioned sometimes, that one way to think of boards is that developers come and the board reacts. Another way to think of the boards is that they can be proactive, particularly in the case of the CRA that has a staff involvement or involved with it. And this is kind of perhaps a weird question. You can choose to answer or not, but do you think that you, in the face of the quite diverse range of challenges that we face, wanting to be historic, wanting to develop, needing economic development, different populations, do you think you would bring a particular imagination to finding more innovative solutions to that than, say, the average person? Or maybe.
Well, yes. Why, yes, Chris, I do. No, I do. I think especially the having been exposed to the Oxford experience, where we had a very comprehensive look at how to develop cities and urban development, and looking at it from every angle, mobility, finance, sustainability. We tackled these projects and research projects, every time, over the 2 years that I was taking the degree. So I was exposed to, worldwide solutions to these problems that Lake Worth has. They're not unique at all. Even large metropolitan, cities who have many resources.
That's time, Ann, and then we have
Okay.
one more quick question from Commissioner Malika.
I'm going to ask you the same question, Ms. Fairfax, in regards to the CRA is set to sunset in 9 years. And what is your personal and professional opinion on redistricting the CRA to the area it needs to be versus letting it sunset?
I've been asked this question before, and I really don't have a specific opinion. I don't have enough information, I think, to form an opinion yet.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Have fun in England.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tell us about these trips. We're sitting here in my favorite place. Thank you very much. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
You don't like Maine or Alaska?
I love it. I'm sure I would.
I'm glad that our residents care enough about our city, though, to take time to Zoom from all these amazing places.
Yeah. Next up is Donna Curran.
When they're ready, commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon. So who am I? I've lived in Lakewood Suites for 9 years. I own a cottage at 1012 North J Street. I'm in the northeast historic district. I'm also in the CRA district, that beautiful 10th Avenue corridor. So if I look out my door, I see kind of like what I'd say is the real Lake Worth Beach, with all its wonderful parks, but also some of the blight issues. I'm really happy about the CRA projects, the grants that are moving, basically projects that are across the street from me, the photography studio and the modern auction that's going to be at 12 for Dixie. That's going to really be great. It's going to attract a lot more interest for hopefully investment. I think historic districts have always held property values, and I think that's really important. I know we could probably look at even expanding the historic district as well. I believe in the CRA mission to improve economic vitality and quality of life for the residents, and I'd like to be part of this positive change and smart development.
Thank you. That's time.
No. That's your quick introduction. I'm going to ask you just a little bit about your background, who your professional background.
Sure. Well, I've been working at the foremost federal agency for international development, humanitarian and international development for the last 25 years. I'm currently working in Honduras, but remotely on this large and actual, this big U.S. foreign policy root causes strategy of irregular migration. So I work in Honduras, but remotely. I work all over the world. I've also worked domestically on, that kind of bumper sticker from years ago, think globally, but act locally. I've also had a whole career as human rights administrator, investigator for fair housing, director for program for homelessness, homeless women and children, how to house them in 90 days. I work now on regulation. I understand policy. I kind of distill big.
Okay, I'm going to stop because we may have some questions.
Go ahead.
I see a question from Commissioner Malega.
Are you still on the tree board?
Yes, I am. I'm chair of the tree board.
Okay, because they don't even, oh, here we go. You're at the very top. And that's something you want to continue as well, right? Till 2024?
I could. I mean, it really depends on how things, like what the commissioners and mayor is thinking about.
Okay.
But yes, I could.
So if you did get another position within one board, you could do 2 boards? Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. Next thing, are you bilingual, speak any
I
languages?
speak Spanish. I understand like 99.5%. It's always more difficult to speak, but yes, I'm in a bilingual capacity in my job.
Okay, and then my last question again is about the redistricting versus letting the CRA sunset in 9 years.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a reasoned enough position on that. I think a lot of it, I'm really, I'd say, heartened by the charrette and community engagement. I think before coming onto this, when I first came to Lake Worth Beach, I think the whole sort of impression of the CRA was perhaps a little bit too forthright and out of touch with the diversity of Lake Worth Beach. But as I've seen this, the community engagement more, I think that bodes well for the future. And I know that CRA has been really effective. That's why I'm saying I really want to be part of this.
Yeah, and the CRA brings millions of dollars in benefits, as the first interviewee, Mr. Bartlett, had alluded to.
Absolutely. So as far as sunsetting, I need to kind of have a more reasoned position on that.
Thank you. Thank you for your honesty.
One standard question I'm asking, or we're asking people, if not the CRA, would you be willing to serve on other boards?
Sure.
Okay, great. Commissioner McBoyd.
A similar question to some of my other ones. Do you see room for the CRA, if you were to serve on that board, to perhaps expand its mission out? One obvious area that I think's been talked about a lot is to be perhaps more active on affordable housing. I suspect there'd be a lot of support for that. You're nodding, so I assume you'd support that too.
Yes, I would.
What about, and I don't know what the right term would be, but we have a number of small businesses in the town that often are owned or operated by immigrant parts of the community, that my impression is they kind of fall off the radar a little bit. I suspect that if one were to do an economic study of them collectively, we would be surprised at how much economic involvement there is there. Is that an area that you would have any interest in helping the CRA expand to promote those?
I absolutely would. I mean, I think you could look at business incubators here, and they're, you know, I'm on the board of directors for my neighborhood association, Mango Groves, and it was one of the things that we've been doing, and I said, like, just guys and ladies, let's just walk up and down the highway, we can see how many, like, you know, businesses there are, but they're just not on the map.
Yeah.
So literally put them on the map for our public information. Yeah, so I think we have to really take advantage of who's there, and I think the other side, without getting too far out on a limb here, the other idea of like who shows up to charrettes, who shows up for public information and input. They can do a much better job and really bring in diversity.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Stokes.
I'm very impressed by your background. I think I always feel like that sometimes things in the States are designed in a way to like almost encourage a certain outcome, and it helps us to look globally at what other things are happening so that we can bring back some inspiration here. Which leads me to my general overall feeling for anybody on the CRA board, because I do think it's a special board. It's not just about approvals. And sitting up here, we know if all we do is just maintain what's coming up on the next agenda, we're not really taking advantage of our expertise in pushing new ideas forward. So would you plan on, how active of a member of the board do you plan on being outside of just the regular meetings?
Yeah, I'm an action-oriented person, and I'm an activist. I'm not a rubber stamper. And so I think part of it is, you know, even when I've read the meeting minutes, sometimes for the CRA, I'll just see lots of yays. I don't see a lot of, discussion on some items, and I think it's much better to engage, push back.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Kern. Good to see you. Take care. Thanks for the time. Next up, we have Wayne Lewis. Good afternoon. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you all for having me.
You know the drill?
I've observed enough of it to
Thank
figure
you.
it out. I'm a commercial real estate. I'm the chief appraiser for South Florida Water Management. There have been several of my coworkers here and
Yeah, really?
my boss. Lived in the town for 5 years. I have been an appraiser, land planning work, real estate consultant, financial analysis for 35 years. Served on the Value Adjustment Board for Palm Beach County for about 10 years as a special magistrate. So I think one of the kind of strengths I would bring to it would be financial analysis of the affordable housing, and it has to make financial sense. Throughout my career, I've done income and expense pro formas for banks, litigation, and with my job with the district, I am the chief appraiser for South Florida Water Management District. We own and manage 1.5 million acres of land in the state from Orlando to Key West.
Oh, boy, that was well. My first question is: you've applied for the CRA. Would you be willing to serve on other boards?
Happy to help.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions?
The only thing I would say is that we have them listed under real estate on this, and I think that, I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of deceiving because it's really not.
Well, now we heard what he does.
Yeah,
I'm an
yeah, you're an appraiser.
I also am a licensed broker and I have my own real estate development work that I renovation of.
But appraiser puts you in, and no disrespect to any real estate agents, just puts you in a different mindset, in a different realm and different knowledge you bring to the board versus just real estate.
It's more of the big picture.
Right.
Correct, the impact,
Real estate in general.
right, and the impactfulness of it.
My interest in being involved in the board is I'm seeing this rapid gentrification of Lake Worth.
Mhm.
And I enjoy it, but I also enjoy the funky side of Lake
Right.
Worth. And I'd like to see that be maintained and there be a home for all different pocketbooks in the city.
Good luck. Commissioner Ridgway?
That's probably, it's certainly music to my ears, and I'm guessing it's probably music to all of our ears up here. We are very aware that, I just saw something this morning, home in College Park going for almost $1 million. Another one.
925, that's 3 houses for me.
Another one I've heard, and that's fine, and I'm sure it will increase our property taxes, and that's all good. But
Well,
I agree with
your
you.
homestead,
What's that?
not so much of your homestead.
Right, it doesn't, yeah. And so I guess my question for you is, I appreciate the intent that you have of, you want to keep some of the character, and you're concerned as the prices go up to ceiling, both for rents and house prices. Any suggestions on how we go about it?
And you've got 30 seconds.
You've got 30 seconds.
And you could throw in world peace while you're at it on that.
I was just gonna say that. And wars.
On that one, but, I think you're making sober decisions as the city continues to grow, because the only thing that you can expect is change. And I drive around the city and when I look at it, I wonder, what will this look like? And when I'm my career. And I hope I can have a hand in making it an attractive, sustainable city where real estate development makes financial sense. You can't just build things that don't make sense. They won't last, or they'll go downhill in a way that damages the city in the long term. I'm also an avid gardener. I'd like to see more tree cover in the city. Any of the boards that I think I could be involved in, I think I would consider.
Where'd you live before you came to Lake Worth 5 years ago?
Hope Sound.
Okay.
And when I took my job with South Florida Water Management District, I need to be closer to work.
Especially these days, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I have a 12-minute commute.
That's a long one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we're up. Thank you so much. Jay Canella Marcus. Good afternoon.
Hello, everybody.
Thank you for coming down.
Thank you. So my name is Jane Marcus. I've lived nearly my entire life between the city and incorporated Bedford.
Come a little closer to the microphone.
Can you hear me a little better?
There you go.
So my name is Jane Marcus. I've lived nearly my entire life between the city and incorporated Bedford. For me, I am a community organizer and work professionally as a social worker. I have over 8 years of involvement in the city.
In what capacity?
So I have 3.5 years of managing on the board of Untitled Chapter Trust, which is an affordable housing model. I have over 4 years working with Constantine.
I'm having a little, I don't know why, but I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
So I have over 4 years of working with Food Not Bombs Lake Worth, which is a real distribution and direct service to the housing community. I have 3.5 years of working on the board of Untitled Community Trust, which is an affordable housing model. I worked over 1.5 years working on outreach with both the county's homeless outreach team and also with Rebel Recovery. Currently, I work at a shelter as a program coordinator, working mostly with the houses.
Where is that shelter?
So that one is not in Lake Worth. That one is in West Palm Beach, near the fairgrounds.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And same question, would you consider other boards other than the CRA?
So no, only if the city created more housing boards, then I would be interested.
Okay, thank you. So housing is your. All right, do you have any questions? All right.
We're formulating questions, I think. I mean, seriously, an impressive perspective, I feel like, on the social side, and I think that's something that's often overlooked or maybe not considered as much when it comes to development planning and so on and so forth, community planning, if you will. Maybe, I don't know, can you provide maybe some kind of example, whether it's local or elsewhere, that's maybe like inspiring or something, you know, an example of like something that you would love to accomplish with Windward Beach, something specific or a role model, if you will, project.
Yeah, so for me, I would love to work more on introducing community benefit agreements, which is basically the contract that the city.
Community what agreements? I'm sorry.
Community benefit agreements.
Benefit.
So basically, that would be a contract with the city for developers to invest back into the neighborhoods, such as fixing up roads, contributing to workforce housing, and so on.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I think I would echo some of what Commissioner Diaz says, that I think you would bring quite a different perspective to what we've seen before on the CRA. Would you feel pretty comfortable looking and doing the research into, you know, some of the projects that will come will be fairly complicated, and plans and developments and financial, all that stuff. Are you
Yes.
comfortable with that?
So as a social worker, I wear many different hats. For example, we are organizers, educators, resource brokers. I can find basically anything that a client needs in the community. So I'm very comfortable doing research for reports. I have experience with dozens of community agencies, so I'm pretty experienced at, you know, just working with many different backgrounds, many different types of agencies. Really good at working in different groups and teamwork. So there's definitely a learning curve, but I'm willing to learn and use my skills as an asset for the story. Have you been watching the CRA meetings on Zoom? Yeah, so I've been watching them, also reading through the minutes and trying to stay informed.
Thank you.
Have you met with anybody in the CRA staff to learn more about what the board entails?
Yeah, so in the past, not recently in this last year, but a couple of years ago, I definitely have met some people in the staff.
Who?
Honestly, I can't remember their name.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming down and spending part of your Saturday with us. Okay. What? Oh, okay. So subtle. That was so uncharacteristically subtle of you.
I know.
Usually it's like, I gotta go to the bathroom and it goes.
Go. We're gonna have a 5-minute break.
5 minutes?
Yeah, quick, the bathroom break. No.
Madam Mayor, it's 12:46. We are back. Can you please unmute?
Said one time, if we ever wrote down how many hours this takes, and we take our salary, and I worked for 50 cents an hour when I was 14. I'm back at it. But that's not why we're here.
That's not why we're here.
Or certainly, that's not why we're here. Gosh, if it was, we're in trouble.
We couldn't be a strong mayor city till we get 50,000 population, right? I think that's the rule.
I don't know.
I think you have to be an entitled city to be able to be a strong mayor city, I think.
I did not, I haven't looked that up.
I think I learned that at the League of Cities.
Oh, I know.
It sounds familiar. Oh,
Just looking for my life. All right. Mr. McMurray. Good afternoon.
Madam Mayor, Mr. McMorrow also applied to the Recreation Board.
I see that and I thank him for that. Thank you.
Okay, well, please call me Ted because Theodore is the name my mom used when she was mad at me.
Okay, Ted.
And I'm going to answer the question about other volunteer boards. By the way, I am a volunteer. I'm a Tennessee volunteer, so other volunteers, oh no. Give me a big hand.
You just moved to the bottom of her list.
What school is the Tennessee volunteer?
The university.
University of Tennessee.
They're one of our rivals.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
For a while, yes.
My college didn't really have a football team, so. Can I have a tissue?
Well, it isn't just football.
Right.
Anyway, I am born and raised in South Florida. I'm retired.
Bless you.
So, thank you. Thank you. It was a time. I was born and raised in South Florida. I was born and raised in Hollywood. And so how long ago that was, there wasn't a hospital in Hollywood when I was born. So I'm not going to go any further than that. Basically, I think I come with just a fresh outlook. Coming from being raised in the 1950s, 1960s in Hollywood, South Florida. My dad was a mayor, city commissioner, city judge.
Wow.
Yeah, municipal judges.
And you never got involved in the political world?
You know, I did.
Smart man.
I think.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's your 1 minute of introduction. And I see Commissioner Woleski has questions.
I see you have professional sports instructor, but there's no explanation. Could you give us a little bit more on that?
Yes, I spent an early part of my life. I went to school Tennessee on a tennis scholarship.
Tennis, okay.
Tennis. And so I played some professional tennis when I got through with the Army. I went to the Army immediately after school, and then I played and taught some professional tennis.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, ma'am. So,
Do we have any other questions? What brings you, why do you want to be on the CRA?
just a fresh look, I think, that I'm listening to what I'm hearing this morning, and a fresh outlook. My wife and I moved in January 2020. And so first thing that happened is we got locked out of our house. We got real familiar with our house and the city, and we love it. There. Go Balls and go Lakewood.
Exactly.
I do have one more question.
Yeah.
We have an opening for the Board of Trustees for the police retirement system. Is that something you would be interested in?
Ma'am, I'm a volunteer.
Oh, so you're open.
Of course.
That's
And we have the firefighters, so there's both of them.
Either one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm retired.
And you're
Thank you.
retired.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see your native plant garden tour guy.
Well, I'll put it this way, my wife, if you remember last year, Greg will remember the painting that went, the 3 flamingos and that's her original painting.
Oh, okay.
So this is my effort. I mean, that's her volunteer.
Okay.
So this is my volunteer.
And you.
Competition.
Yeah, it's competition. She's winning, by the way. So.
Great. Thank you so much for your interest and your willingness to be flexible. Thank you so much. Daniel Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to You have to talk real close to it.
Yes.
For a minute, you get to talk about yourself.
All right, so I live on South J Street, 331. I moved here in 2017. I worked at the Guatemala Mine Center, and some of my achievements there were around outreach. I did a lot of outreach for the census. And if you read in the Palm Beach Post, the Lake Worth Beach had a great turnout for the census. And I think, and that's why I worked for COVID-19, getting people tested in communities that, don't subscribe to traditional means of media. And by that, I mean, where we might get our news, other people might not get their news from the same source. Limited Spanish speakers and limited English speakers. I have a lot of experience working with them. And I think that is an aspect that we really need to tap into. I think the greatest resource here in our city is the people. And I think if we start to engage with them a lot more, seek their feedback, we will be better off for it.
Perfect timing. That was your minute.
I had some practice before.
Yeah, really. Yeah,
He's really bad at public speaking, by the way.
it's terrible. He's very shy. Well, thanks for coming. Good to see you again. And obviously your desire to, serve the city is well respected. My initial question is, are you only interested in this area or would you be interested in other boards as well?
I previously served on a committee, but yeah, I would be open to serving my city in other capacities.
Okay, great. And one of the things that you and I talked about during the campaign was the outreach, and I was hoping to hear from you because I really want to be more involved in outreach to the community. So please, no matter what happens, get in touch with me. Do you have any, Commissioner Woleski has a question?
First, I want to say thank you for not going away.
Yeah.
That's one thing that happens.
Sure.
A lot of people will run for an elected seat, they don't get it and they disappear. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I've known you for a long time from Guatemala Mine Center and the work we've done together. I love the fact that you bring that aspect to the possibility of the CRA. And I'm wondering if we can't try to figure out a way to have a liaison on the CRA board and maybe relook at what's on the CRA and those same elements we were looking at for P and Z. Because I do believe that we need a community outreach aspect of the CRA because it is a very small, limited staff. I'm going to ask the same question I've asked a couple of people. What do you think about the CRA possibly sunsetting in 9 years versus redistricting it to the area where it needs to be done?
I think the CRA is a tool, right? And when you use that tool properly for the benefit of the community, it's definitely worth keeping around. Although I don't believe there's any issue with the city taking over its portion of the tax dollars in the county. I think the county is a great partner to the population of Lake Worth. My experience in social work, there's a lot of people in Lake Worth Beach that benefit from programs that the county runs.
Thank you.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yeah, I just want to second Commissioner Malega, the liaison idea. That is, phenomenal. So I just want to second that. And Mr. Morgan is well equipped to do.
And beyond the CRA, as you bring that up, because the CRAs are one very specifically designed statutory board, but in terms of having a role with the city as an outreach person, even in a different volunteer capacities, that might be something that you really could help us with.
Yeah, and I do that type of work in my spare time. I've while I was campaigning for District 4, it really opened my eyes to how many people are involved in the city doing great work. And I think what I want to do is learn more from them and connect the dots. Bring our efforts together. I think we'll reach a lot more people throughout different demographics, language barriers, cultural barriers. And we start to really connect the dots with the community leaders that exist and are working in our city.
Well, especially where the CRA has a lot of Hispanic community in the CRA district. And I have personally gone door to door with Spanish applications for some of the grants that are available. And, I don't speak the language, but, you try to make sure that everybody has access, especially, with the funding that comes through the CRA and that the majority of the people in the CRA district, it's supposed to be in the blighted neighborhoods and to be able to make sure we get that help into the hands of the people that we need it. Sorry to interrupt, jumped on ahead of you. Sorry, right on. Apologies, go ahead.
He didn't notice. It's okay. Okay, so Commissioner Boyd, I have to vice mayor.
As long as you get the McCoy.
Yeah, I like to make up names, Commissioner.
One, and it is a good segue from what Commissioner Malega said of the CRA overlaps with some areas that need help that are sometimes overlooked. One that interests me, has interested me for a long time, is we have a lot of smaller businesses that are within the CRA area, particularly west of here. But also up and down Dixie Highway too. Do you see a role for the CRA to try to more proactively work to benefit those businesses?
Yeah, absolutely. And that comes from, really opening up your mind and inviting new ideas, and also being comfortable approaching these businesses. When I first moved to Lake Worth Beach, that's one of the things that struck me the most is just the difference between east and west of Dixie, right? And I think there's a great opportunity to engage with the businesses in the west side. And almost, I always thought of it as an extension of downtown that just needed more, collaboration. And maybe there were some barriers, but I think if, I really commend the commission on their decision to have the whole commission appoint members to CRA, because I think it's going to bring more of what the people who elected you to represent them, right? A lot of their ideas and their wants to the CRA. So it reflects more like the needs and desires of the city. And so, that's been a lot of my experiences engaging individuals who are traditionally engaged with either the city or subscribe to those type of outlets. And I think there's a lot of opportunity there. We have so many people from all over the world with so many great ideas, and if we just embrace them and keep them in mind when we're setting forth policy and when we're looking for beneficiaries of grants, I think we'll be way better off in so many ways.
You're a valuable resource.
Thank you.
I'm just, you brought that up, and that's just such a great idea, and seconded that. Some sort of ombudsman, city volunteer position might be something that we need to look at. Independent of a board. I mean, your focus is very much, you're so dedicated.
Be your own board.
Yeah. You'd be your own board.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Are you the question? Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon. Thanks for spending time with us today. Marco Matola. Marco, calling once. No. I don't see Mark Sauron's name on anything here.
Board of Instructors on Field.
Oh, that's the afternoon.
I know we're running.
Oh, we're running so late.
We're pretty much in the afternoon.
Can we let everybody know that's here for the afternoon meeting? So we are running a little.
Is anybody here for the afternoon meeting? Okay, hi, sorry. As the way things go, we're a little behind.
We had some Zooms with Europe, Alaska, and Maine.
We've been to Maine, Alaska, and England so far.
Canada that were a little patchy, so we're running a little behind.
1, 2.
So we have Greg Richter now.
Well, we have,
So we have two, Greg Richter and.
Three.
Yeah, Brent.
Oh, three,
Richard. And Greg. Marco is not here. So, we're gonna be a little while, then we're gonna take a lunch break because we've been here since the morning. So.
Apologies.
Yeah, I apologize. I mean, do you want to?
45 minutes, you guys could come back, maybe?
Or an hour, really?
Hour?
You guys come back at 2?
Yeah.
Come back at 2?
Yeah.
Sorry about
You don't have
that.
to sit here.
And if you have been interviewed, you don't need to stay and wait because we're not going to make any announcements today anyway.
Right. Right, we're not, so please come back
Go enjoy your Saturday for us.
for a minute and then come back. We're kind of bossy. Greg Richter, good afternoon.
Hey, you guys.
Good, hey.
See you again. I'm here obviously applying for the CRA. A little bit of my background. I, as of last Friday, after 46 years, retired from being in the housework industry. Wonderful career, fun time. I am a real estate agent now here in town, full time. And but one of the things I have always done throughout my adult life, and really still for me, my parents, volunteer. So my background, one of the reasons I like the idea of the CRA is the CRA is not about approval. It's about looking, envisioning, creating things. And one of the things I did, I was on a couple of commission boards in Fairfax County. I served, one of them was a huge 2005, 1-year land use rezoning of the whole land use of all Western Fairfax County. All vacant landowners could come and reapply for zoning. And then we had to work on a vision of what we would do with reapplying. And that is still being put together today, but the results were outstanding. And there were tough decisions.
Thank you, that's time.
That's your 1 minute.
Sorry.
My first question, would you consider other boards?
I would, especially the Business Advisory Board. I think we really need that here.
And we are working on that. I don't know if Carmen, can you touch base on the Business Advisory Board briefly, please?
You're sure she'd be delighted.
Would be delighted. Just give you an opportunity. As directed, our city attorney has been researching other model advisory boards and has submitted some for us to look at. And they are also finalizing a draft that will be tailored for the commission to consider.
Great.
So we hope within maybe a couple of weeks that will be finalized.
I'm gonna go through this again.
Yes.
We will go through that again.
That's what- and hopefully-
Those members, once you finalize an acceptable board structure, then we can go through this process again.
And we also have the mobility board.
Right.
That will be
We're working
coming
on.
as well.
We have so many talented people in this city.
Yeah.
Okay,
Email, I wrote you guys on that. We don't have that.
Right.
So,
Commissioner Malik has a question.
yes,
Same question I had of other people, the sunsetting of 9 years versus keeping the CRA board and redistricting. What is your opinion on that?
well, I think I think we should not unset it. I think we should look at redistricting, look at areas of the city. So I've heard here from, about, reaching out to minority businesses, even in current corridor, but then look at the future. I live adjacent to South Federal Highway. I would like to see that involved at some point in time with the CRA.
Okay,
So, yeah.
thank you.
I'll want to sunset it.
Any other questions? Richard.
Keeps getting further away.
I didn't do it, I promise you. It had nothing to do with me.
I think the mayor was up to it, but any particular visions that you have for either the city or what kinds of things you'd like to see the CRA working on?
I mean, I really think, we've heard this time and time again, and I see it personally now in real estate, affordable housing, and especially I want more workforce housing in this city. And I think one of the things as we do projects, we need to make sure it's done, which I think the city does. We just need more projects to bring that in. But affordable housing is, I think, the biggest issue that I see that we need to address.
Yeah. Well, like I said to you the other night, just briefly, so, as a real estate agent, all the real estate agents and brokers in the city, it's like it's kind of a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, your living is to make the prices go higher because you make more money. But at the same time, we are faced with this amazing crisis in housing.
I'm good where it is, and
Well, it's pretty high right now.
No, and
I'd be happy here.
I'm not looking at it that way. One of the reasons I really wanted to come here was transparency. One of the things that I heard for, my 3 years of being on Herman's weekly call, there was up to 60 of us. And one of the things we kept hearing was a lack of transparency from the CRA. When I would try to go out and find answers, I felt I ran into a lot of, walls or just, places not being able to find. And one of the things I hope to bring to this is help and transparency. I'm just consider myself a normal citizen here. Being on this board is to help the city, but also let people understand what we're doing. Because that was one of the frustrating things I had. I never understood how the L&M project went from a parking lot for a hotel to a 5-story apartment building. It went from, how did that happen? To this day, I don't know the answer.
Took care of that one, didn't we?
A little bit of water, a little bit of seed, there you go. It grows.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
very
you,
much.
sir.
We have Richard Stone.
Oh, Brett Whitfield.
No, just,
He's after Richard Stone.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
I'm going to this, I'm doing the
Madam
CRA.
Mayor, Mr. Stowe also applied for HRPB.
Yes, I see that. Thank you very much. Morning.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, well,
Richard Stowe, and before I moved to Lake Worth, I undertook some green apartment renovations in Southern California and Connecticut.
I,
In what role?
as owner, builder, like owner, redesigner. And when I moved to Lake Worth, I bought a house at 414 North Federal Highway in the northeast of the Center Local District. And we undertook a renovation. I got the certificate of occupancy in 2016. And a year later, the 99-year-old Mission Revival House was one of the 10 inaugural, received one of the 10 inaugural awards for District Preservation Awards. I've been involved with the bicycle community.
Thank you, that's time.
That's your minute of introduction. Commissioner Maliga has a question.
I know you served on the tree board for a long time. Did you resign from that officially or?
I've sent Mayor Resch an announcement, and my term is completed.
Okay.
And June was going to be my last meeting, but the Zoom meeting did not happen, so.
Okay, so you're no longer on the tree board.
Correct.
Okay. Would you be interested in doing something like the C51/Blue Way Trail Advisory Board or the Rec Board as well? Just because I know your passion for bicycling and that.
Future mobility board.
Yeah, or future, yeah.
Actually, as well.
Are you open to other boards?
The mobility board would be a stronger seat for me.
Okay.
I want to my involvement with the city. I want to deal with my core competencies.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for your years of service, Richard. I truly appreciate it.
9 years.
On the tree board?
Yeah.
Yes.
Any other?
During that time, I did bring a number of notable, highly recognized.
Changes.
What's that?
Changes too.
Well, no, I was gonna say, bringing people to the city, like Elizabeth Planner Zyber, Victor Dover, who's just recently done work on Clematis Street, and so.
And something on Earth Day. Dark skies, yes, a lot of great speakers and information.
Yeah, so been involved with bringing the issues of dark sky lighting and light pollution to the city, starting with the Siemens.
With the what?
The Siemens contract
Oh, okay.
in 2014, 2015.
Okay.
So.
Fabulous.
Question. For the Historic Preservation Board and PNC, some of those boards have certain at-large seats, but also disciplines from architecture, real estate, banking law. I don't know your background, your career background. Do you have any experience?
I've been involved with a number of historic preservation efforts. Prior to coming, I actually marshaled people to, the L&M effort to, bring, before it actually became the L&M element,
Yeah.
the parking lot, I marshaled people's attention to that.
But in terms of have you read the professional requirements of the different boards?
I don't think
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it. And Dan Woleski we've had. And the other people are for.
Whitfield.
Oh, there you are back there. I'm so sorry.
He's been very patient.
Madam Mayor, I also have that Mr. Whitfield applied to the Rec Board.
Uh-huh.
That's not accurate.
That's not accurate. What else?
Not accurate?
Yeah.
No, I only applied for the CRA. It should be.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the clarification. I apologize.
Chair of the rec board
It
for
does-
like 8 years or something, but
Right.
That's what.
we do follow her a lot.
Who was on the rec board? Erica?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the first rec board, she was a chair for years.
Okay. And would you consider other boards besides the
This
city?
is really my passion.
Okay. So give us a few minutes. Give us a minute. Give us a minute.
Just a background about myself with respect to the city. Lived here for 19 years, always in College Park and at 133 now. I know, spoke to the mayor before about this. I'm one of a handful of Lake Worth Municipal Institute graduates many years ago. And the city did kind of a city leadership program. I served on the board for the Public Park Neighborhood Association for a long time. Was on the NAPC for I think 4 or 5 years. Was the president of the Public Park Neighborhood Association for 5 years.
It doesn't.
It's from paper newsletters to emails and websites. That was a big move. Saved a lot of volunteers from walking up and down for postage costs. So that's kind of my background with the city. I'm a licensed professional engineer, been practicing for a long time, private consulting, mostly in public sector, municipal government. I work with Southwater Water Management District, apparently like most of the people.
I feel like we sent them a special email or something with the amount of people that have been here.
City, as we all agree, is kind of a funky and interesting place, and so is the Southwater Water Management. And
Makes
they're not
sense.
far away from each other, so I think that's the Venn diagram overlay. There's even more of them that aren't here today. I know.
Let's talk about first just the awkward moments a couple of years ago, the awkward L&M moments. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting.
How long have you been on the CRA?
5 years.
5 years, okay.
Roughly, that's how I recall. So it's interesting. When I started on the CRA, I know we were looking at like a single parcel, trying to get a local guy some support to redevelop that, and we kind of fell apart. Then we were looking at parcels on Dixie Highway where we were getting, the one next to the mid where the Deco Green is going. We literally only got one response on the RFQ, and I was meeting with staff and saying, what do we do to get more attention and more interest? And so all of my time on the CRA up until the awkward moment, as we're going to call it, I guess, was just trying to convince people to show up with a plan that was properly financed and would do what I think is the original charge of the CRA, which is redevelopment and reinvestment and really generating jobs, people, foot traffic in our city and tax base. I want to give a shout out to the CRA before me, and while I've been there, I think they do things that are outside of that charge. The Day of the Dead, I think is the thing that CRA does that is always underrated. It's the only event I'm that familiar with where the east and west side of the city really has a party together and eating food and dancing. And
now we have the Island Festival.
It's an awesome one. And now we have this later this month, the Island Festival. So, and I think, we have done some affordable housing things. And I think the mentoring center that we're trying to figure out on Lake right now is another example that's really outside of the charge of redevelopment, but is in the kind of concept of community. And so I think the CRA deserves credit for that. And I'm not trying to take that credit, but the CRA deserves credit for that. But at that point, I know we had myself and Drew Bartlett, who you heard from before, who I think is a fantastic member of the board, and I hope you strongly consider him. We were serving on that selection committee, and there was one project that I think wasn't that far afield from what everybody would have liked better, but they literally wouldn't pay any money for the property. And kind of the concept of the leadership of the city at that time was we need to at least recoup our investment of what we pay for our taxes, and we should ideally, optimize the kind of income opportunities that it affords us. So even though it was the smaller and maybe better suited for the neighborhood, we couldn't score on our score sheet. That's the highest ranked proposal when they literally were going to pay nothing for the property. So it was either the one that paid nothing, the one that was better suited for South Beach, that was like 6 stories with a crazy rooftop bar, or the one in the middle, which we all agreed wasn't our favorite. But that was 2 more proposals than we got, 2 months ago at Deco Green. So we thought, okay, this, to me, I always think about the bookstore, and just think about how many more feet on the street do we need to have kept that bookstore in business. And so when I saw the element, I was like, maybe this helps make that happen. So I understood the consternation, and my hope You know, and little stuff, I'll say one of the things I do try to bring to the board, to the CRA, being a professional engineer, I'm looking at their plan, I'm like, hey, you're building right over top of an easement where the city has water and sewer lines that go to feed all these businesses. So you're gonna have to revisit this at the drawing table. That's a comment I'm making, even though we're scoring you and you're gonna probably win or whatever. I was under the assumption that as it went through the process, even with the leadership of the city at that time, things were gonna change and it was gonna end up looking
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
hopefully more acceptable to the residents, but I understand why there was a big pushback.
Okay, Commissioner Malega.
Same question I had for everybody in regards to districting or redistricting or letting it sunset.
So I think actually the sunset makes sense. The idea that when a city has gotten a lot of the redevelopment momentum, that you don't need the CRA anymore, and it's a tactic to go back to the governing elected officials, makes a lot of sense to me. I just don't think in Lake Worth we're at that critical momentum yet, so I think it makes sense to look at alternatives. The thing I do think it has, which is a really valuable tool for whomever is in leadership, is Drew used the word nimble, I think it's the appropriate word. We can be a liaison to private industry development and even like affordable housing. We can look at buying up a property that comes available very quickly without having kind of the longer lead time that goes with the elected body. So I think it's a valuable thing and it would be a shame to lose, but I understand the intent of sunsetting.
So the sunsetting that you're in agreement is possibly taking that.
What I'm saying is.
Fundings back to the.
What I'm saying is the city of Delray, with its sunsets their CRA, I think everybody should be like, that makes sense. They did it. They won. The city is insanely redeveloped. Congratulations. The CRA did whatever the plan was. But here, I think there's still so many different types of things you could do with the CRA as a tool in the city's toolbox.
Thank you.
That it makes sense.
Do you have any objection if we move this, if we ask the CRA to move to the city hall for their meetings?
No, I don't.
You get to sit in one of these chairs.
Do we have enough chairs though? I think we have to squeeze one more up here, right?
We had one meeting here, I think since I've been on the CRA, it really makes no difference to me.
Yes, okay.
But I think our audio and video is awful. And,
It is.
Ours
is a little bit better.
Me to hear that people had to like read our minutes because it's really hard to listen and tune in.
It's very difficult. Commissioner Boyd.
I appreciate your comment on the logic behind sunsetting the CRA. I understood it, right? I think what you're saying is not a bad idea in concept, but we're not quite ready to do it on whatever the time frame is.
Right.
And I lost my train of thought. One of them, I had two questions, maybe the other one will come back. Drew mentioned nimble and you were in agreement with that. Can you explain a little bit, just for all of our edification, what is it that makes the CRA more nimble than us? Is it how the board operates? Is it the kind of staff that you have? Is it the technical abilities of the staff? Or why could some of that nimbleness not be in the city?
I think there's a couple reasons, but one of the reasons, which is kind of not written down, understated, I think, if you're a developer and you're looking at a piece of property and you're kind of thinking and you're curious, going to talk to somebody that looks more like the Chamber of Commerce to you, somebody that's job is redevelopment, who works daily, specifically with developers to think about how can we make this project work for both sides, feels like the first place you'll be comfortable walking in. Then a commission meeting where maybe you just did one in Pompano 2 weeks before, where people showed up with signs and t-shirts and said, "I ran you out of town." So I think there's an aspect there. It's like a welcome mat to people to say, "Hey, let me give you some guidance on how to work through the process. We can set up a meeting in the city in a month from now if this is working out, and get you in touch with William Waters, and we can talk about some pitfalls that may have happened." And it really, I think it's the although developer friendly, I don't think is what people necessarily want. It opens up an avenue in a way that I think is a format that folks that are looking to put in that capital investment are more comfortable coming to the door first. And that I think is an understated thing. It's not like part of the charge, but it is actually in practice the value it has. The guys from Affiliated, who I thought did amazing project in the mid, and they're doing the product they're building incredibly fast, very quality. They bring in good people. You know, affordability is a concern everywhere in South Florida, but to me, they have been doing that. They look for CRAs. They're doing it in West Palm with the CRA. They're doing it here with CRA. They see that CRA and they're like, that's a green check mark for them to say, we want to look at putting $30 to $50 million into that city because it has a CRA. And I think that's something that gives that extra nimble benefit.
And there's also the dollars that come through the CRA that don't come to the municipality for things like garbage cans and signs and benches and housing that we would not be privy to if we didn't have the CRA. Is that correct?
Right. Well, because of the county difference in the increment.
Yeah, that's I appreciate the insight, and it makes sense to me. My other question would
Not
be,
to say that you all are all very, very friendly people. Anyone that wants to invest in the city feels comfortable coming to speak to.
Nice say, Brett.
exactly.
Well done, well done.
Diplomacy. I'll throw out to you the question that I asked, I don't remember which applicant, but somebody earlier, that we hear a lot around the town and have for a while. Well, we'd like to move Lake Worth a little bit off of where it is, a little bit closer to the direction of Delray Beach, but we don't want to be Delray Beach. Okay, and I think there's probably quite a bit of support for a view like that. Of course, the devil's in the details, but a bigger philosophical question, I think, for me is, all right, you get on that slope, and as you pointed out with Delray, oh, well, whatever you were gonna do, yeah, in spades, you know, it worked. Although there are those, I've heard noises back from even people in Delray that said, whoa, this isn't quite what we had in mind.
They're moving here.
Hence,
And-
that I did.
Move here.
And they moved
2012.
here, and there's a fair amount. So my question to you, because I suspect that the CRA is somewhat central in that one. It's almost in my mind, a little bit the reverse question of the welcome mat. The way I would ask the question is, you're on the train, it's going a direction, it's got a lot of inertia and momentum, and you're going, whoa, we were supposed to go off, turn off to the right here, we missed the turn. What's the handbrake? And does the CRA have any of that handbrake? And how would you see planning ahead for it? Because you know, momentum means you got to pull the handbrake before you get to the stop.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And it's actually one that I've somewhat been wrestling with since the change in leadership, because I think my impression of the role of the CRA is not necessarily to address affordable housing or to limit development to what makes sense for the character of the community, because there's other boards and other entities that provide that element of governance. But I also, it bums me out to think that people are meeting and saying there's a lack of transparency and these guys are just trying to turn us into Delray, when I think to a person on the CRA board, that is not the intent, is to secretly turn downtown into like a high-rise canyon. In my mind, I don't know exactly what that balance, how that balance can be baked into the CRA. I know that with the rules and land development codes and the planning and zoning and all the other elements of getting, there should be those breaks. I know the reason I've lived here for 19 years, the reason I bike down here with my kid and go to Lilo's, actually very proud. My daughter biked down here, she's 14. Took herself to Lilo's Tacos, got her own tacos summertime, biked here, got her own tacos, biked over to Bryant Park, had tacos and rode home.
Love it.
I wouldn't let her do that in Delray Beach. I wouldn't let her do that in downtown West Palm. But here, like, this is the place we want. That's the comfort zone we want. At the same time, I don't want Lilo's Tacos to close because not enough people live around here. So the handbrake, I think, is a good kind of metaphor. I don't know if the handbrake is supposed to be in the CRA or it's supposed to be in other portions of the governance of the city.
I think it overlaps.
But I will tell you that there's certainly a chastened feeling within the CRA that we need to be aware that nobody wants no handbrake. And so, like if I was back in that selection committee, I don't know what I would do, because I would know option 2 and 3 are a total non-starter and option 1 is $0. What do we do?
So do you guys ever say, you know what, we don't like any of them, let's go back out again?
Well, so for Deco Green, the one person came in and they said, this is, and it's the developer that we got, came in and said, here's our project. I love the project, but they didn't, it's the same guy, it's the same concept. I thought it was cool. But their price that they were gonna pay us for the land, we're like, we know it's worth more than that. You're not paying it because the mid is currently a fence. When that is a nice looking apartment building and people start to see the value on Dixie Highway, that property will be worth more. So we just pulled the RFP and started over.
So you're not afraid to do that. If you get 3 in your selection and you're like, no for this, no for this, no for that, you're not afraid to say, you know what, let's go back out.
Yeah, you know, it was interesting because the discussion in that meeting, William was saying, nobody in the city is going to go for this one, the Miami idea. And really kind of his guidance was like, the element needs a lot of work, but this is really the only one that maybe could work into the neighborhood compared to the first one. And everybody liked the actual development team was this kind of cool concept. It was a couple different companies that came together and put this plan together. It was just, we couldn't in good conscience vote to give away a $2 million piece of property.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you not giving away our property. Because I think that what happened during that property, if you were giving it away, in addition to everything else, it would have been stakes to the burn in the city.
Another area I wish maybe we would have gone out for a new RFP was
Yes.
I know, but I think there's a lot of people in this community who are in love with the Wayfair signage. And I know, Malay, you said you watched it and you're like, well, it was the best of what was submitted, but I'm hoping moving forward, we've got to figure out a way to move past that mindset. Like,
yeah,
I think too with the signs though, the signs was like a 3 or 4 year project. That didn't happen like overnight.
Yeah.
And there was.
The issue is you don't like the style of them.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't.
But that was changed. I've asked about this. My understanding is that was approved, that style was approved by the former commission.
Yes.
I'm assuming.
Yeah,
so.
I've heard that.
Yeah, that was just another area where.
And that's,
We've got 21 minutes, 21 minutes to eat.
thank you so much. We're way beyond 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
So you've got it all.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Brad.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
we are running approximately an hour behind.
right.
So if we can take a 15 to 20 minute lunch break
We're
rather
gonna take
than
a half an hour lunch break. We told folks to come back at 2 o'clock.
well, okay.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, right?
Listen, you don't have to tell me twice. I'm going to eat.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, it's 2:05 if you'd like to unmute, and Commissioner Maliga, could you please close the door? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for coming in. Thank you in advance for your interest in the city. We've all been here since 10 o'clock this morning, so we may be a little punch drunk by now. Please have a little patience with us. So, where's the list of the different?
We're just following you.
Okay, all right. So it looks like first up, we have the C-51 Canal Advisory. Madam Clerk, do you agree with that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, you should have a list that says afternoon interviews.
This chart right here.
Oh,
We don't have that.
I see it.
No, it's only for the mayor, sorry.
I'm.
La-di-da.
We'll speak about this later.
We will be having conversations, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for coming. We're gonna do the C-51 Canal Advisory Committee first, and first up, we have Holly Andretta. Andriota, I'm sorry. Who I do not
I
see.
don't know how to pronounce it.
Have we heard from her, Madam Clerk?
Have not, Madam Mayor, but we do have Emily Billings on Zoom, who I'm about to allow in.
All righty, go ahead. Thank you. You're muted, Miss Billings. Where are you, Miss Billings?
Can you see me now?
I can see you now. Where are you?
I'm in my home. I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it in person. I wasn't able to get childcare.
Oh, okay. All righty. So you have put in to be on the C-51 Canal Advisory Committee. The way the format that we're using is you got like a minute or so to talk about yourself, and then if we have questions, we ask.
Sure,
Okay.
yeah, that sounds great.
Okay, give us a little background.
Okay, yeah, so my name's Emily. My husband and I operate Kayak Lake Worth in the Snook Islands. We've been doing kayak rentals and tours for the last 10 years. So the reason I'm most interested in joining this committee is that the health of the water is super important to me, aside from the business, just being an environmentalist. But having the business that we do have and pretty much living, breathing, and working in the Snook Islands for the last 10 years, I really get a good idea of how the water quality is affected by different factors. So there's that aspect that interests me. And then also just the park itself at the C-51, the Spillway Park. I'm not completely sure if anything having to do with improvements made to that park would be part of that committee, but if so, that also interests me greatly.
Great, thank you. Do Commissioner Maliga have a question?
Can I ask about sunset?
I'm not, hello? What? Okay, that one left.
No, she's there.
Okay, there you are. So first I see you're from Detroit, so from one Detroit native person to another, she kept her 313.
Yes.
So my question is, I see that you applied for the C-51 Canal. Would you be interested in any other boards such as the rec board?
Yeah, probably the rec board. I'd consider that for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Diaz.
Sure, I just, at the top, it says that it's currently called a C-51 Canal Advisory Committee. But it does say it's being reconfigured, number of members, et cetera. So one thing I wanted to point out, and I think we've discussed this before, is I would really like to see this advisory committee to expand or to grow, to not just look at the Blue Way trails, which is important, but also look at what I consider to be Lake Worth Beach's primary asset, and that's all the coastal public properties that we have. So we have a number of parks like Spillway Park, obviously is top of the list that really needs some improvement. Bryant Park, always room for improvement, South Palm, a number of Lake Worth Lagoon side properties. So, you've been operating Kayak Lake Worth for quite some time now, and I'm just curious, maybe if you want to share, maybe an idea or something that you often think about of like, yeah, this is something that needs to be improved. How can we get more people on the lagoon to appreciate what we have to offer?
Absolutely. I think that the coastal, it's kind of like unmatched what we have in Lake Worth Beach as far as opportunity for waterfront recreation and also preservation and education. And I think it's definitely underutilized. I mean, there's lots of ideas. We like to think about there being concessions at Bryant Park, whether it be, you know, paddle sports or, you know, even boat tours. I mean, this is Florida. People come here for a lot of reasons. One of many is to be on the water and to get access to that. And I don't think there's been a lot of opportunity for that thus far, aside for what we've done.
Are you a member of the Lake Worth Sailing Club by any chance, or do you know them?
No, I know them though. Yeah.
Thanks. Any other questions? For the lady who is on the water all the time, who wants to be on a board about water?
And I can, well, in full disclosure, Emily and I were pregnant at the same time, and she lives up the street from me, and our kids are like 2 weeks apart.
Oh my God.
So any questions I have.
You could have gotten Kim's daycare. No, maybe not.
Yeah, right.
Maybe not. Okay.
I love that we have residents that they take the initiative, and as far as ecotourism, they're the ones driving it
No, that's
in
wonderful.
our city. So
Thank you.
like we've said this earlier today, we have so many great residents, and getting them involved is key.
And this isn't really a question for Emily, might be relevant to her as interest in it, but I agree with the approach to broaden this committee to not only the focus on the canal, but on our waterfront assets in general, and how can we better, you know, make them better available to residents, education, usage, all those things.
And I think we've had a bit of consensus about doing that. Looking at that.
So let's come up with a positive name for it that's at least called the West Palm Beach Canal rather than the C-51.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful.
There's too many district employees involved. They're used to calling it the C-51.
Really?
Dozens of them.
I call it the Lake Worth Beach. Thank you, Ms. Billings. Thank you so much for your interest. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you take what they take off from the
golf course?
That's okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I can disclose, I guess, her son is one of our lagoonies for a nonprofit that I run, and it must be genetic because whenever we have our fishing days and when he comes along, always catches the biggest fish, always.
There's certain specific skill.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Next up is Gail Silverblatt. Hello.
Hello.
In 1 minute, here I am, and then some questions.
Okay, I went to Kent State University. I was an art major, and you'll notice I did not put down a graduation date. I met Howard the last quarter of my year, and I almost got a degree, and we eloped, and we were in back in the West for 15 years, so happily ever after, still there, still together. And moved here in 1989, and I was on the tree board. I wrote down from 2004 to 2013, but it was 2010. It was 6 years, and it really was. And I didn't want to be on the tree board any longer. I think there's too many people in town to have somebody on a board hogging that board for more than 6 years. It was 2 3-year terms. I didn't want to quit in the middle of another 3-year term. And I really think it's necessary. I mean, you can see how many people have applied for these boards. I think it's really necessary to spread it around. There's too many good people in town. So, you know, I hope you keep that in mind for other boards. I accomplished a lot. I accomplished a lot with the tree board. I was very happy doing that. Okay, thank you.
There's your minute. So now we get to ask you questions, which will, you know, why you're interested in the C-51 canal? Or waterway.
I'm really interested in Spillway Park because I'm an avid birder, 94 species since 2019. I went yesterday. There are none there now, so don't go now. This is like the June challenge. There are no birds around. And I'm really interested in an amenity for the C-51. It would have to work with other municipalities, but I don't see it as like this dumping ground behind industrial area. I really see it as a tourist amenity, and I think a lot of people would bring them to Palm Beach County. Apparently Palm Beach County tourism, natural areas, waterways is like the second most important thing in tourism draw and financing. So I really want to enhance that canal. I know going through just west of the C-51, it is all that industrial area. And if you look at aerials, I mean, they just push their tires into the, and there's no respect for it. And I was just looking today on how far you could actually go, because I'm thinking you could go from Lake Clark down to Lake Ida, but you can actually get to the Point Beach Canal, which goes out to the Point Beach Inlet, which goes out to the ocean. So it seems to make a lot of sense to me that if there was going to be a boat lift, that it could be on that Point Beach Canal, because there is a water storage area there, and that would be much more people using it. So, you know, just imagine like, you know, small boats, canals, kayaking, colorful things there on that canal.
In full disclosure, I've known Gail for many, many years. And she and Drew
Martin.
took me up to the sea for this. We were talking about the blue way, about boat lift and all that. And then we all the three of us went together over to the most northwest corner where we talked about improving that for kayaks and non-motorized boats and things like that. And that's something that I would like to see this water group work on, because that would give our residents a place to put in and go down those roads.
I see that as a big priority. And, you know, and a kayak launch from there, and also a kayak launch from the Spillway Park. I mean, there's
to go out that way, yeah.
Yeah, to go out that way, to go both ways, you know, so, no, I think that I would love to see that with nature trails and, you know, school kids going through there. We don't have that many green spaces, and also just those trees, it's a buffer from 95. I don't think people realize how much dirt and grime comes off 95. And we really need to have a layer of trees between both sides of 95 and the neighborhoods.
I sort of ruined a developer's day the other day when he told me the first, I said, what are you thinking about? And the first thing he did was take out, we get 19 big houses right there. No, have a nice day. Which I did find out that the public, it's own public now, and I'm pretty sure I heard from Christie, our attorney, that it cannot be anything but public land. So that sort of took away the.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
There's a large conservation area that was given to the city when they built 95. It's all trees. I've never been through there, but it would be, if it's conservation, it would be great if that could be saved also.
Sadly, we couldn't save the 17th Avenue North Oak when it was for sale in 1995 for $98,000 on both sides from A Street to 95.
Yeah.
I begged. Any questions for Ms. Silverblack?
That's informative. That's great.
Thank you for applying.
You have to ask me that question about if I'm interested in other.
Are you? I'm so sorry.
Well, you all know how interested I am in planning and zoning, how interested I am in looking at site plans, how I bug you all the time when there's discrepancies.
It's a hobby of hers.
It's a hobby of mine. I wanted to be an architect, and it was much easier to be an artist. You could stay up later at night. So, you know, I do like looking at site plans. I visualize buildings as they're built. I like looking at setbacks. So, you know, if there's any possibility of that, of course, the first choice is the C-51. So, you know, if you have any openings, just keep that in mind.
Thank you.
And you know, one thing we should put out there, we're interviewing now for the openings that are currently open. We've got more coming up in 2023. So this is like the first shot at the way we're doing it now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
City Tree Board. We have 6 vacancies on the tree board, and not enough, and not that as many people who are applied. Diane Brown, up first. Hi, thanks for coming down.
You're welcome. Hello.
Hello.
I moved to Lake Worth.
A little bit closer to the microphone.
You have to, people are listening.
Lake Worth 4 years ago. I
From?
love it here. I lived in the acreage for 20 years, and before that, I lived in Maine for 20 years.
So went from an 80-acre farm, old farm in Maine, to an acre and a third in the acreage to downtown Lake Worth Beach, which
All right.
I love. Why didn't we move here when we first moved to Florida? I love trees. I think they're really important. I used to be an avid gardener, organic gardener. I don't know what else to say about myself. I'm a retired RN.
And you're currently on the tree board?
Yes,
And when were you placed on there? Do you know?
I think last year.
Okay. Should we ask you the question? Are there any other, we don't want to let anybody else out, left out? Any other boards you'd be interested in?
Not right now. I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for applying.
Well, is there, I'm curious.
Oh, sorry.
Some other people who are on boards and reapplying for their position, we just wondered, is there anything that you really enjoyed about being on the tree board last year or anything you want to share with us?
It's right. The sunshine law makes it very frustrating.
Tell us about it.
Sure. And most people don't even realize that the only time you folks can talk to each other is when you're here.
Right.
And it's just ridiculous, but we
Thank you.
even talked about seeing if we could be a committee instead of an advisory board to make things.
Hard to get away from that sunshine law.
Yeah.
It really is. Of course, the legislature, when they put the sunshine law in, did not apply to themselves.
Correct. Just like everything else.
Municipality.
Yeah, so, thank you for your interest.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Diane.
Giovanna Dominguez Timor. I hope I said all that right.
You did.
Oh, thank
It's a
you.
beautiful name.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, and thank you. I want to thank you for being here on a Saturday for us. Apply for the board.
We lived third.
Thank you. I am a native of Cuba. I arrived on these shores in 1967 with my mother and my three sisters. Cuba shares a lot of the trees that are found here in South Florida are the same trees that are in my native Cuba. And very tied to that heritage, very close to that heritage. And then I went to work for the city of Coral Gables, one of the cities that I believe values greatly the harmony between development and trees. Our commission and the city of Coral Gables and the residents were, they worked together as a team to save trees, to safeguard trees. They worked with developers to make sure that if there was going to be a project that they brought in, not one, not two, but three experts to see if the tree could be saved. We have a wealth of mahogany in Lake Worth Beach. I selected Lake Worth Beach when I retired because it reminded me of Cuba and Coral Gables, but it was something I couldn't afford.
It must have been a couple of years ago.
I'm a retired police lieutenant from the city of Coral Gables, and there are no police officers that could buy a house in Coral Gables. It was impossible. But my daughter, who applied to Driving School of the Arts when she finished high school, she's a violist and violinist. Once she got accepted, I rented in South Palm Beach, and I started looking around. I go, oh my gosh, this is Coral Gables in the miniature. I've got to find a house here for me and Bella. So
That's time.
That's your minute, but.
Thank you.
okay. Thank you very much.
Question.
Sorry. So I was going to speak about the mahogany tree. I have witnessed, I'm a runner. I run 4 miles or, between 4 and 6 miles every day, either on the beach or around the neighborhood. And I have seen a lot of distressing signs of what I believe is largely homeowner abuse by tree services that are like sharks. And I have listened and witnessed and sometimes intervened with like a very elderly woman being told that her tree has ants, that it's diseased, that it needs to come down. And many times, oftentimes, it has to do with mahogany trees, which are some of the most disease resistant, indestructible trees that have, they create a dampening effect during storms and don't come down. If there's a tree that will not come down during a hurricane, it's a mahogany tree. And yet they're willy-nilly being taken down here, and it really has impacted me. I've actually wept for 2 trees in Paraco that came down that should have never come down. And I am very passionate about this.
I see we have a couple questions. Commissioner Leader?
I love your passion. And one thing, I live on 4th and E in Royal Point, Sienna, and the majority of my neighbors, there's a language barrier. And when I see somebody cutting a tree down, I try to tell them, you can't cut that tree down. We have rules and regulations. So one of the things that I would really love to see, just like we had a conversation with Daniel, is advocacy from the tree board as far as education on why it's important that we keep the trees. Is that something that you think that you'd be able to help spearhead?
I would love that.
And lead us in that charge of educating our residents, homeowners and renters on why trees are important?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I am fully bilingual. I write, read, and speak Spanish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McCoy?
Well, I'd like to see a little more passion for trees, but
No,
we'll settle for putting my further away. Along a somewhat similar line, do you see a role for the tree board in trying to establish some sort of a education / certification for people who do tree cutting work in the city?
I have an answer.
Good.
The village of Pinecrest, which is adjacent to Coral Gables.
Is very on the ball on a lot of
Oh,
this.
boy.
Yeah.
That's where my state farm agent still lives. That's where Parajungle used to be.
Yeah.
Right along.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they require every tree service to register with the village of Pinecrest, and they give them a sticker to put on their truck.
And if they don't know the sticker, they better not be.
Forget about it. They better not even be seen in roaming around like the sharks that I see here.
Is there any reason that you can think of that we could not do that?
No, none whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I have something really special. I have a 40+ year relationship with Jeff Shimonsky. I don't know if you have ever heard of Jeff Shimonsky. I brought his credentials with me to give to you. He's a great friend. He actually talked to me prior to this interview. I consulted him on a variety of things that I saw in the code, because I pulled up the code to read the code to see the language of the code, where it was weak, where it was okay. And he's the designer of Jungle Island. He rebuilt Parajungle after Andrew. He surveyed the mahoganies and all the trees along Old Cutler Road after Andrew to see which ones could be saved and which ones could not. Because of course, there were other people who wanted to just take them all down. And he explained to me that, again, I'm gonna bring up the mahogany. They even survived tear-outs, these mahoganies. And yet tear-outs are some of the signs that a lot of tree services use to just yank out the tree. And they survive tear-outs. Like I said, they're resilient. Anyway, Jeff has, he has offered himself to me as a resource. I'm gonna give you his credentials so that anytime I want to talk to him, I have his email, I have his text, I call him on the phone. I constantly, we've been friends for over 4 decades. He is an expert witness on trees.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Nope.
We thank you for your interest and your passion and your willingness to work.
And I'm gonna leave this with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll get it. Thank you very much.
And for anybody who's here, once you're interviewed, you can go about your day because we're not making decisions today. You can go enjoy the rest of your beautiful Saturday. Not that we're trying to get rid of you.
Erica Getting.
Madam Mayor, Ms. Getting also applied to the Library Advisory Board.
I see that. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon.
Hi, I would rather be considered for the library.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead on that.
I love trees, but I don't. So I'll just give a little background about myself.
Mhm.
I've lived in Lake Worth for 20 years. I'm a high school teacher of English.
Talk a little into the microphone. People are listening now.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
I've lived in Lake Worth for 20 years. I'm a high school English teacher.
What school?
It's in Boca Raton. It's called St. Andrew.
Yeah.
My family and I are really big patrons of the county and city library. We visit not as much now, but I see how vibrant the library can be, like the county system and the events and the classes and the resources. And I really want our library to become even more central to the city. I think it has so much potential, and now that it's cleared out the children's room so that there's a big space for holding events, and I would love for it to be something that brings people together and helps the children here and get them excited about reading, and I think that I can help.
Great, great. And you're an English teacher. That's also great. Any questions for Ms. Getty? Mr. McVoy?
I love that you're interested in increasing the vibrancy of the library. I think we've made a lot of good moves in the last couple of years. We've put a lot of better energy into it. It's great, but there's certainly room to grow. So all in favor of that. Do you have any thoughts as to how to reach out more and more effectively into the diverse parts of the community to pull in folks? You know, some families going to the library is built in, they've been doing it for generations, it's the way to go. Others, that's a newer thing. Do you have any thoughts on that part of it?
Now that I've been thinking about it right now, I'm wondering whether there could be outreach to the local elementary schools. And I don't know what that would look like, so I'm just thinking about this now, but I think that if the families of kids in elementary schools knew about what was there and knew that you could get books for free and that there could be perhaps programming to encourage literacy, that would be a way to bring families in. But I don't know what that would look like.
Are you aware of the programs that the library currently has?
Not for little kids,
Yeah, like the story time, the story, book time and things like that?
yeah, I remember those, but I haven't paid attention to what it's done in the last.
Okay, okay. Any other questions? Having seen that, I want to thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
And your interest in our city, and we've got you on 2 possible boards.
Thank you.
Jenny Powell. Good afternoon.
Hello, Miss Jenny.
Hi. I am, have a history of interest in plants, a background in plant science, a personal interest though as well, education and experience. I'm from Virginia originally, so I started out with an interest in plants there, and I ended up in North Carolina for various and sundry reasons. Went to North Carolina State University and finished with a degree in horticulture science. So I do have a background in science and horticulture, so that's why I have an interest in the tree board. I retired in 2018. I am a master gardener. I immediately took the training for master gardener, which I had wanted to do for a long time, and I'm a volunteer at the Palm Beach County Cooperative Extension Service, and they're a great resource. One thing, I'm on the tree board now since 2019, but 2 years or a year and a half of that was during COVID. So we didn't really meet much. So I have some unfinished projects there, and not just me, but the whole tree board.
That's a minute. Thank you, ma'am.
That's a minute.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we have a question from Commissioner Woleski.
Do you think, now that you've sat on the tree board, that what do you think is a good way for us to be able to encourage more people like yourself to get involved with the tree board and the importance of trees in our city? How do you think that we could educate and we could do more outreach to get more people involved?
Well, that's certainly a focus that we have. One thing is through the neighborhood associations to develop some kind of boilerplate programs that we can present to talk about our ordinance, to educate people about what they can and can't do. A brochure, we want to have that to be able to give out. Actually, when Gail was on the tree board, they developed a very good brochure, and we're working with our advisor now to modify that. It has to fit a city standard. So that is something we would like to do. I'll reiterate something that Diane mentioned as an advisory board. We can't meet together, makes it very hard. We are more like a committee. I mean, we rarely vote on anything that's real substantial. And that's one reason I feel like we might do better as sort of the, like the C-51 advisory committee. But yes, we do want to do outreach to homeowners.
That's also.
Don't know.
That's Sunshine too.
Oh, I know,
Oh, okay.
I know we're Sunshine.
No,
But
so is the C-51 canal.
Oh, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's not as
All right.
It's hard to escape the sunshine.
Okay, yes. So we find that frustrating because really, we have a lot of projects we'd like to get done, but no more than one of us can do that project, really. I mean, I've been out with the Public Works Department. As a matter of fact, some of you probably know Susan Guillot, who has been, she was on the tree board. She's now just a citizen, but she's dragged some of us into some of the problems with landscaping within the city. And not just, actually, they do a pretty good job with the trees. I've been out and sort of done some informal surveys on the trees. But native plants, we're very interested in getting homeowners interested in native plants to try to draw the birds and the butterflies and the bees. But native trees too, and pardon me, the landscaping. I mean, the previous person also mentioned that some of the tree contractors don't really know what they're doing, and they damage trees. And we'd like to work. Unfortunately, right now it comes back on the homeowner, and they don't really know. But we want to be sure that they hire certified arborists if necessary. To try to avoid those kinds of problems. There's some pretty serious cases where companies or businesses and private homeowners have had to pay into the tree canopy restoration fund, much to their dismay. I personally feel that would be better as to come back on the landscaper or the arborist for not understanding what the rules are. I've even talked to my own people who come and do work for me. They please be aware that there is an ordinance and it's important that you follow that ordinance, hat racking and so forth.
One thing I'd like to see, just because you brought up the native plants, is the tree board to work with our code department and writing up language of what that means for native plants and give some recommendations for front yard coverage. And things that are beautiful, also bringing the bees and the butterflies, but actually give some suggestions.
Yes.
I think that would be a great.
Especially with regards to turf.
Yes.
I think our code actually does require some turf or at least plant cover. I have no ground.
But it says plant coverage and there's really not a lot of suggestion unless you dig deep on what kind of plant
Some
coverage.
ground covers.
Yes.
Kind of keep your yard open.
You having said that, you having picked up that, I just had a wild thought. It's the tree board at this point. Do we want to expand their name a little bit and have it as the landscaping board or so that they would be more a broader scope than just trees?
What about beautification?
Well, that can be other stuff. That goes into other things.
Yeah, I think we should bring that up at a future meeting, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it should be, when I was on the tree board a while back, and I've been aware of it when I wasn't one, there's definitely talk about ground covers, about shrubs, of, a variety of things, not just trees. I think we should also consider, because I had the same experience, that the tree board potentially can do a lot of stuff, but often you need to have 2 or 3 people get together and work out a brochure or something or other. And it's cumbersome to do it with the whole sunshine thing. And I don't know, one thing that I would ask the board to consider is how often do they formally advise the commission? And if they don't do that very often, then maybe we ought to reconstitute it as something that isn't subject to.
Well, we can take a look at that. I have a note here about that.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's awesome.
Could we do it for us too?
Thank you.
So, Jimmy, thank you so much for your interest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
ardent today too. You're just like.
Oh, I didn't even think about it.
It's so in you.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's all we have for the tree board.
A lot of good talent there.
Oh, yeah. Construction Board of Adjustments and Appeals. Now, this is a board, it's a quasi judicial board. It doesn't come up very often, but when it does, it's important. Mr. Severi, how are you? Good to see you. I haven't seen you for a long time.
Yes.
You look a little different.
After I got out of the banking and the suits and ties, I
You and David Letterman,
looked
right?
back a little bit.
That's good. Is Thomas Forlenza here? Yes, hi.
Hi.
You're first on the list, so we'll start with you.
We just moved into town, what a beautiful before, but I think I'm gonna find beach cottage, which I'm restoring
Where?
on Palmway and Second, South Palmway and Second. I have like some of these people have passion for trees and water, mine, old houses and old buildings. That's my passion. I want to see beautiful homes restored and done properly. I'm also a licensed general contractor of the state of Florida. And in my current position, the vice president of facilities for the Jewish Federation in Boca Raton, and we have a 100-acre campus. And we went, when I got there, from 300,000 square feet to about 1.5 million now. So I have to go through all the zoning and issues with the county.
Wow.
So that's it.
Okay, now it doesn't meet, it hasn't met in quite a few years. Do you understand what the Construction Board of Appeals does?
A little bit.
I can.
Go ahead.
If essentially, if a building is slated by the city for demolition, it's an appeal board to them about should it be demolished or can we restore it? Can we bring it back? So it's when it happens. I had a 12-hour hearing years ago on a site that we demolished. And it also sounds, just for future references, it sounds like you might also be someone that might be interested in planning and zoning or.
Yeah, yes.
Historical board, maybe.
Okay, do I have any other questions?
Oh,
How long have you been here?
1 year.
1 year?
1 year.
Where'd you come from?
New Jersey originally, but
Where in Jersey?
what exit?
No, I don't know the exit.
Near Newark,
Okay,
near New York City.
I'm from near Patterson.
Oh,
That's
that's where I was born.
Oh, St. Joe's? Patterson Joe?
Nice.
Okay, we had a question.
I do have a question because, like you said, I'm glad that people are applying for this board because we need people on the board. But I'm just curious if there was something that drew you to applying for this board, but not the other, like historic preservation or planning and zoning.
I would consider all those actually. With openings. And there's a few openings on this board, right?
There's a bunch of openings on this board. We have openings on almost every board right now. Yeah.
There are more on this board than.
There are.
Yeah. I forgot, since I'm new, start with this one.
Yep, that sounds like a good plan. Thank you very much for your interest. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mark, come on up. You've been on the Construction Board of Appeals before, haven't you?
Yeah, for
Since
2 years?
21 or 22 years.
Yeah, because you were when we did the, when I was city attorney and we did the hotel, the,
Hotel in the corner.
yeah,
Just,
which is now an empty lot, the Kenwood.
Yeah.
The Kenwood
I
Hotel.
remember that. Yeah.
Okay, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Originally schooled in Michigan, biology, and then didn't really like it. I continued though, and worked construction on the side. I was a competitive swimmer. I got a scholarship for swimming. So that got me working on swimming pools, coaching and and rebuilding old commercial pools. Somehow I ended up with 8 construction licenses that I still have today. I'm an expert witness in state and federal courts. I've been doing that about 10 or 11 years now. I designed and built Dave's and IGOT's, and I'm half owner of both. You don't see me there. Dave runs everything. My end is the construction end. That property, I've lived here for 42 plus years. I was the 3rd person in the state to in county to get a solar license. I was like doing solar work at 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I went up to, there was nobody that I could confer with when the license came up. You could take a test. So I looked around, I ended up going up to UCF and took an accelerated course and went to class 8 hours a day for I think 2 or 3 weeks. You know, it was a pretty good program. Anyways.
Okay, we have our 1-minute intro is over. Thank you very much. I have my question. Would you be interested in any other boards?
I'm too busy right now.
Okay.
With
All right.
what I have on my plate.
That's good.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about the business advisory board that we're putting together.
What is that?
We are in the process of formulating it. Basically, it's going to be an advisory board that's going to help us navigate ordinances, resolutions for businesses, how to be pro-business and be a voice for the business owners.
How much time do you expect?
Sounds like more, that's, yeah.
Yeah.
My expert witness, they have me up. Judges are always putting the cases on dockets when I least expect them, like this week. I have to be up in New Smyrna Beach, and then I have to be in Cocoa a few days later. So I
Okay.
run around a lot.
Okay. Perfect for you.
I really,
This is a great position for you than what you've applied for.
One of the things I wanted to ask y'all is, you know, I pretty much, my resume is very brief, the things that I've done there, but if you guys ever, with the sunshine law stuff, if you guys ever need any,
we can talk to you.
I mean, we can talk. No reimbursement. I don't want to.
We just can't talk to each other.
Yeah, we can talk to you.
Feel free to ask. I mean, I feel, you know, the I've rebuilt pools like that. I can't tell you how many in Miami, right on the beach. I've rebuilt pools. I've worked on.
Oh, we might be talking to you.
Don't say we'll be talking to you soon.
Might be talking to you.
Yes. Hi, we already,
Phone number. Some of the neighbors.
I already have it. It's right here.
Rebuild old pools from the 40s here in work, you know, I'm retired from I sold my company 12 years ago. So, I mean, that's really
What was the name of your company?
MHS contracting. I had 5 offices throughout the state.
Right.
My bread and butter was banks. I did over 600 banks in the state.
Wow.
That makes.
That was busy. Yeah. You'd never know it now.
It looked quite different when you walked in. I don't know who that man is.
Well, this is very like.
Laid back.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're one of the few people that if I say the name Joe DeMauro,
The name's familiar.
well, he was the one that wanted to keep Kenwood,
Yeah.
that worst slumlord.
Oh, my God, it was terrible. It was terrible. I also, when I was still in college, somehow I got involved rebuilding old historical porches throughout the Pittsburgh area. And then when I came down here, I did a lot of historic renovation, the houses around here and Coral Gables. You know, I did the concrete restorations of some of the buildings down there. So that's something I have a passion for, is old. I just helped my niece and nephew, or niece and her husband. And I hate to see people just tear old historic things apart. I like to rebuild them the way they should be. I'm working with somebody up in Jupiter right now, pro bono on that one too. This is a gal I got to know. I built her a few salons and she's up there, so I'm helping them out.
Well, thank you for
Thank you.
at least staying with your toe in the door in Lakeport. We appreciate it.
I think we will all be calling you in the near future about a pool situation.
I'd love to help.
Thank you.
See you again. I'm God, that's 23 years ago.
Yeah, it was like some time ago.
It was quite a while ago. All right, that takes the Construction Board of Appeals. Moving right along, we are now at the Electric Utility Advisory Board. Mr. Jeffers, is Mr. Jeffers here? Come on up. Hi, good afternoon. Hi, how you doing?
Pretty well. So I guess this is the minute thing.
This is a minute.
All right. My name is Eric Jeffers. I am a Florida native from Gainesville, Florida, where I was raised. I've lived in Lake Worth since 2015. I recently, a year and a half ago, bought a house here because I like living here. I work remote, so I choose to live here. It's awesome. I'm a software engineer currently. However, prior to that, my degree is from UF in electrical and computer hardware engineering, and I used to design high voltage like dimmers, switch output devices, other things for like a high-end luxury home automation system. And yeah, my experience with that is on the consuming end of an electric utility. I think that'd be a valuable experience to provide.
Yeah.
That's it. That's a quick summary.
What's your interest in the electric utility? It sounds like you know a little bit about electric things.
Yes, a good deal. My interest is just making sure that, one, I think the fact that Lake Worth kind of owns its own power and it's part of the Florida State Municipal Power Authority and not beholden to FPL and other thing is a great benefit. And I think people should understand that better. And I also think that I would like to help move the utility in a way that is set up for the future. Just help make sure that it's doing sustainable things, that it's, positioned to make sure that storms are protected against, so that the power goes down less frequently, that we're using the most renewable sorts of energy we can, and that of course it's cheap as can be.
Have you been listening to the utility board meetings? Okay. Commissioner Boyd.
No. Would I have a question for this gentleman?
Boy. Brief. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Brief.
I'm thrilled. I would love to have an EE on the board. I'd love to have the expertise. Very pleased to hear that you're looking to, I have a whole folder on this and forward proofing the utility.
Excellent.
What's your thought on demand response?
Demand response? Without looking at a model of how that actually works here, I think it makes a lot of sense, like thermostat, that kind of thing, smart appliances that respond. I think Lake Worth itself has some unique challenges that would be there and rolling that out, getting people to adopt it, because that sort of equipment costs money. So any sort of way the utility could work with people to help make that possibility, I think would be a great program. Help pay for smart thermostats, help pay for smart appliances that can respond when the utility's being taxed and you can, raise your air temperature, that kind of thing.
If you had any, and this might be getting too nerdy, but it's come up at a commission meeting recently. Yeah, I heard some noises. I'm a science guy, not an electrical engineer, a wannabe engineer, but not one.
Wanna be lawyer.
But
what time did that get said? 2:50.
Yeah, right. You need to write that
down.
Yes.
I'm very interested in the utility and renewable resources, very concerned about climate change, as several of us are on here.
We have that super fun site that only has, not enough solar panels on it for what it is.
Exactly. There's room for that. You guys distracted me from the question, but I'll come back to it. Go ahead.
First, I'm very interested in the busboy experience that you have.
Really? I know, I love it.
Yeah, you put most on my resume. You probably don't care about me being a busboy, but I do.
Oh, okay. So
You're okay with getting your hands dirty. You're a service guy. You can pitch in.
from 15 to 17, I worked at 43rd Street Deli in Gainesville, Florida as a busboy in the mornings on weekends.
That's awesome.
And it
I was
was
just kidding though.
It was during Gator games, so
I just love the fact that you actually put that on there. I'm like, I like this guy's personality.
Yeah.
I do have a question. I have had really good conversations with our electric utility director in regards to promoting our budget program especially for the people who are being disconnected and trying to encourage them to go into the budget program, especially with the way our environment is right now, right? Gas prices are going up. Everything's going up, but wages are not going up. Is that something you would be opposed to or a component of promoting that kind of program within the city of Lake Worth Beach?
I think that's absolutely worth promoting. Like it's a program like that, like it helps people keep their power on, like that it's what you need. And devoting whatever resources the city can to help making sure that, people are doing what they need to do. If people aren't driving everywhere, they're spending more time at home using more electricity. It's hot, even this month, it's been very hot. Air conditioner has to run and people the power bill is, I guess it's less important than water, but still people are having to make decisions between rent, power, like in water and other utilities, I guess Lake Worth, it all kind of comes on one bill though.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's hard. It shouldn't exist, and anything we can do to help people, A, use less energy to lower their bill, and then B, any support we can give them to help pay it off. I
Thank
think
you.
that's a
Good answer. Thank you.
Did you know Mr. Jeffers before?
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
No, you just seem like you're just hitting everything that we've been discussing. We want.
I've never met any of you before.
I know.
Did we just become best friends? Yeah.
Our new best friend, Commissioner Diaz.
I see you run the critical mass, which I didn't know was still happening. So thank you for pointing that out.
That's been a couple of months.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a while ago. That's why I'm not trying to be on the tree board.
Okay.
Poinciana,
So we've asked.
the ladder.
Oh, ouch, yeah. So we've asked this question of a few people. I mean, I can assume just by being a cyclist and running critical mass, you're probably interested in our future mobility board as a potential as well.
I didn't know that existed.
It's
Not yet.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
He wants to be on the electric utility.
Yeah,
board.
well, yeah.
I'm also interested in.
And transportation and mobility. Okay, great.
So many talented people in our city. It's
Yeah.
really- On a day like this, we really just see like the wealth of diversity in education and experience. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Stevens on, okay.
Yeah, sure. His name is.
Was that?
His name is right below it.
Yeah.
And there's a space.
Good afternoon.
Hello, commissioners. Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yeah, where are you, Mr. Stevens?
Oh, I'm in my home, but I became a father less than 4 weeks ago. So the city clerk was kind enough to let me Zoom in this afternoon.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And that's probably a perfect segue for why I'd like to continue serving on the Electric Utility Advisory Board, because I think there is no more important issue facing our society at large than obviously climate change. I think we as a city with a municipal utility have the unique ability to do something about climate change by becoming hopefully a not just carbon neutral city, but an entirely carbon negative city shortly. I don't think this should be something that we're delaying. I think it's something we should be jumping into as fast as possible. And, I will add here that professionally, I have done nothing but be a sustainable energy project developer and policy advocate for my entire professional career. I have the great privilege of having worked nationally for the organized electrical contracting industry, leading their sustainable energy project development efforts. And now I work intensively with them on policy in California. Also, am very privileged to get to work with the current federal administration, however, peripherally in my capacity as an agent for the organized electrical contracting industry. So, I have a great perspective of what we can do. And what I will end on here is, I think sometimes these things make people really anxious because they hear, oh my God, it's going to cost a lot of money to save the planet. But the best thing about sustainable energy and generally doing the right environmental thing is it tends to almost always be the good economic thing. And not just the good economic thing for one small slice of society, but the good economic and equitable economic thing for everyone. So that's why I'd like to continue serving.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. You say that you got your bachelor's at Suffolk. In Suffolk, and then I was unaware that I know that NYU has a sustainable finance program, but I did not see that they ever had a actual master's degree in sustainable finance.
Yeah, I actually was probably the first person to get one. I'm a graduate of their Gallatin School, where I actually went to them and I said, look, mind you, this was quite some time ago. This was before sustainability was quite as popular as it is today. Thank goodness that it is, right? But I actually went to him and I said, look, I happen to believe that, the key to having more sustainable financial markets is to make sure that financial markets are financing more sustainable assets. In other words, sustainable finance.
Right. My question
financing sustainability is sustainable finance. And they let me create a program around it.
Okay, but it no longer exists, apparently.
No, it does. I mean, you can go to NYU now for a myriad of different types of graduate programs. But just to be very clear, my degree is in the financial economics of sustainability.
Okay.
And I was able to get that as a graduate degree because I wrote a program for them to have that privilege and pleasure.
Okay, and I was, I'm looking at your resume, and NECA is the National
Electrical Contractors Association. So I
Sorry.
have, go ahead, Mayor, sorry.
Question. When I looked, you have, this is a resume that you submitted a few years ago, but you have yourself as the Chief Executive Officer of the NECA, and when I looked it up, looking into the background, I saw nothing about that.
Well, that would be wonderful, but I am very, very far from the Chief Executive Officer of the National Electrical Contractor Association. National Electrical Contractor Association is actually one of the largest trade associations in the country.
Can't hear you. Can you hear me?
There might be a delay.
Okay. You have yourself here, though, on your resume as the Chief Executive Officer of that national corporation.
Madam Mayor, that must be a typo or something. I most certainly am not.
You also have yourself as the Chief Executive Officer of Buildify.
Yes, Buildify is a company that I now still serve as the director on. That is a consult. We consult for different entities looking to do sustainable energy projects.
So your current employment is, what is your current employment?
I currently work for the National Electrical Contractors Association and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers of the states of California and Nevada.
Okay, and when did you fill out this application, this resume?
Madam Clerk, I believe the mayor is looking at what would be a dated resume of mine.
Yeah, so I think
I would have to look online to see when that.
I think it's 2000. I mean, I just have really, maybe I'm just getting stuck on this, but I mean, that's quite a typo. I'm looking at your resume. And
well, I assure you, Madam Mayor, under no circumstances was I trying to claim to be the CEO of the National Electrical Contractors Association.
However, you did do that. So
well, I will. So, Madam Mayor, I will also note that I was appointed to this board twice now. By both yourself. Just a year ago, I was also appointed to it, what would now be 4 years ago by the prior mayor. And it's also worth highlighting that I was very involved in the community organizing effort to protect this board, to make sure that it continued to exist, because the prior commission worked very hard to get rid of it, or did try to get rid of it. So I'll refer to the public record on all of that.
what do you see as the role of the electric utility board?
Well, I presented to you a couple weeks ago, or maybe a couple months ago now, with our policy recommendations. So I think that's probably the best evidence of what I think we can do for you, which is policy formulation. Give you recommendations on policies that you can embrace that maybe otherwise aren't coming from the utility director or the city staff.
How do you see your relationship with the utility director?
Oh, I think. Yeah, I mean, our job is first and foremost to provide advice to all of you, city staff and the utility director. And then I think secondly, the other half of what we can do is, of course, build stakeholdership and transparency throughout the community for the utility policies.
I see Commissioner McGoy has a question.
Almost a segue from what you just said. I think all of us are aware that the reputation of Lake Worth Electric Utility often is that we are extremely high in our price, that we're much higher than FP&L. Probably everybody here at the moment would say, yeah, but that's false. But the impression is still very much out there that we are the most expensive. Do you see any ways that the board could help to get past that impression? Because of course, it's not a very helpful reputation to have. Do you have any thoughts on how the board might be able to help with that?
Well, I think, Commissioner, I'd refer back to the recommendations that I presented to you. And thankfully, with your help, we put together, as it relates to the energy conservation steps we could take. I think you all, you had a meeting just the other week where you had a presentation from SELF, the utility director brought that forward. That's very exciting. So I think, the more you can implement what are generally called prosumer programs that go out and get in front of people and say, hey, here's ways that your utility is proactively helping you, the more you're gonna change the conversation and the perception. Because the crux of what you're saying here is that our utility is much more of an asset and is much stronger than people believe it to be. And
I
we just
agree
have
with
to,
that.
yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
and thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Good luck with the babe, a girl or a boy,
Thank you.
a son or a daughter,
Young boy.
a young boy. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Muzzle top. Thank you. Finance Advisory Board, we're getting down to. Getting down here.
In regards to that, Lindy Sato had, I guess, resigned, but didn't know that she was allowed to reapply if she had resigned. So we might see her coming down the pipeline at the next round of applicants.
For the Finance Advisory Board?
Yeah, she was on the Finance Advisory Board.
Okay.
She was in the process of going through some personal stuff
Okay.
and thought she'd be moving out of the city, so she resigned, but now she's like, this morning at the NAPC, she's like, I didn't know I could have reapplied.
Okay.
So.
Well, we're gonna have another couple,
I
right?
suspect we'll have another.
I see one applicant in here for it, the other one I don't see.
I see two for the Finance Advisory Board.
Right, Anthony's here, Sylvia's not, I don't see her here, and then we have 6 vacancies.
Right, yeah, I'm not worried about it,
I
right?
wrote down Matthew Constantine for the fact.
Another
two possibly.
There's a couple other possibilities,
Yeah.
but yeah.
So,
Then we'll
Mr.
have another round, I'm sure.
Oh, good, Mr. Gallegos.
You can hardly wait.
So this is Mike.
Maybe speak really close to it for us to hear you.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hey, everyone. My name is Anthony Gallegos. 4213. Yes, this is the name. Yeah, I've been a resident of Lakewood Beach, of Incorporated Lakewood Beach for about 2 years now. So I've lived here almost all my life. I was born in West Palm Beach. I attended Lakewood High School for all 4 years, graduated. Then I went to Orlando for college, lived there for 5 years, returned to South Florida, not Palm Beach County. After I lived in Broward County for, I want to say 3 years. I was dating somebody and I had a job down there. I had a job in Miami actually, but moved back to Palm Beach County about.
Thank you. That's your minute.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna go fast.
I was just rambling.
Oh,
But that's sort of, that's, you know. Okay, are you interested, where I'm at this point, are you interested only in the Finance Advisory Board or other boards in the city?
Am I interested in other boards
Yeah.
as well? I mean, I don't think I would be able to commit right now.
Okay. What do you see as the role of Finance Advisory Board?
Based on when I watched the preliminary budget here, the one that was a few weeks ago, and I would say based on watching that, finding any additional revenue streams we can, like brainstorming ideas. For instance, I like Commissioner Diaz's idea of music festivals at Bryant Park. I think that's an awesome idea. But also cutting back services. I know that's not a fun thing to talk about, but we're gonna need to make some cuts eventually, I think. City Manager Davis pointed out, there's we're expecting a recession sometime in the next year. And with that, comes a loss of revenue. And so I think, coming up with any kind of being creative, coming up with any ideas, any new revenue streams, any cost saving measures is going to be crucial.
And what, it's a fairly specific, finance advisory board, what, if any, qualifications do you think you have to bring to that board?
I don't really have any, I'll admit, well, I am a treasurer. I am serving as treasurer for a local organization I don't want to mention.
You don't want to mention?
It's political.
It's political, yeah. But,
Oh, okay.
I don't know, I have my educational background is in biology and psychology. It's not really relevant, but I have an eye for detail. I can, yeah, I find this stuff interesting. The reason I wanted to join, the reason I'm up here today is I was asked by somebody to join, and I said, yeah, sure. And the reason, honestly, was a selfish reason. I want to understand how the budget works. I want to, like when I hear somebody say, a resident say, or ask the question, why haven't our roads been paved? And why is it paved on this side of town and not this side of town? I want to be able to give an informed answer to that. Yeah, like I said, the budget is so dense. It's such a detailed document, and the numbers, like, they can be mystifying almost. Like, I think to be able to demystify that for people, for not just myself, but for my friends, my neighbors, other residents of Lakewood Beach, sorry. I think I think it's really, really valuable. It also, it goes into transparency. I think transparency is very important. Knowing what's in the budget, knowing,
Thank you.
thank you.
Madam Mayor, that's time.
Okay, we have a question from Commissioner Diaz real quick.
Yeah, can you share like maybe a couple words on your experience on the Charter Review Committee and how that's like inspired you for civic duty, and maybe things you've learned and things you want to apply in the future?
Sure. When I learned on the Charter Review Board was that I'm sorry, I want to apologize. I work I'm a county employee. I work as a bridge tender, and I was working until 6 a.m. this morning. I got like 3 hours of sleep.
You get it past them.
Yeah. Just the easier nerves. I don't think, well, at least for me, I don't think we judge people on their public speaking ability, because it's not easy. It doesn't come natural for most, but your experience as Charter Review Committee and others, and your perspective, I think, is what we're most interested in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Time is up. So, Mr. Gallegos, thank you so much for your interest. I appreciate it. And thank you for the Charter Review.
Yeah.
Is Sylvia Rotella here? I don't see her. I don't actually know
I
her.
hope you didn't plan on biking home, by the way.
Yeah, oh my God.
You living here?
Driving, he did that.
He's driving, that's good.
I guess,
Okay. Board of Trustees Firefighter Pension Board, Valerie Hurley.
I don't have her on Zoom, Madam Mayor, and nor has Mr. Mackey shown up.
Well, all right, moving right along. Ms. Hurley, I believe, might be in New Hampshire at this point. I think that's why she might be zooming or not, or not.
Schedule.
Yeah. Okay, Library Advisory Board.
That's return.
No, I can't.
Emily already. went.
Emily, been here. Erica Getting?
Emily Abbott is on through Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay. There she is. Good afternoon, Ms. Abbott.
Oh, let's see. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, can we see you?
Yes, you can. My phone is dying. I've been on Zoom for a very long time. Okay, hold on, buddy. No, not right now. Okay. Hi.
Hi.
I was actually just about to come to City Hall because this has taken way longer than I anticipated. It's really hard to do something like this with a toddler and planning a day, but I'm here.
All right, we'll make it as brief as we can so you can go back to your other duty. Why do you want to be on the library board?
I want to be on the library board because I've been a devoted member for the past 3+ years. I have a 3.5-year-old who I think, literacy is a very important part of his upbringing. I'm a former educator. I love our library. I think it's like a, central location of our city. I think that there are so many services that it has to offer, and I'm just very passionate about that institution being sort of the central location of the city. And I love our city.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure then you go to the library with your children.
Yes, we do. We go frequently. We check out books. My son loves Miss Cindy. It's like his local celebrity. He loves to see her at the library. We see her at the grocery store and in her neighborhood. And he feels like he's,
And you're on the board. You're on the board now. This is a recent.
I am.
Okay.
I've been serving on the board since 2017 or 2018. It's been a while.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
I have a question. Do you guys have 4 applications written at the top of yours? Because I only see 3 people.
I see 3 people.
It
Yes.
says 4 applications.
Yeah, well, we'll figure that one out.
Someone was interviewed during a previous time, that's why.
Do we know who that 4th person is?
I can look for it and let you know who the people are.
Ms. Abbott, have a good afternoon. Hi there, little guy. Hello.
Hi, Luke. Luke, say hi.
Luke, hi, how you doing?
Say hi, commissioners.
Why does this go in your ear?
That's my headphones.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
This is why I do it. Thank you.
At least it's raining. We're not seeing them.
Yeah.
Are you done, Mommy?
I
And
think so.
I don't want
Okay,
to.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Everybody's ability to Zoom today versus a regularly scheduled meeting with a known start and stop time. Right, so I know it's hard to juggle family care and when you block off an entire Saturday for a 5-minute interview. So,
You can disconnect, Miss.
yes, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging with us all day.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
You too, thanks. Yeah, but we need the flexibility too. Yeah. Mary Lindsay.
She doesn't like books or reading at all.
I know.
I don't even know why she died.
Emily's wonderful. Please put her back on board. She's very enthusiastic and excited.
We're going to talk to you, Miss Lindsay. Are you currently on board, Miss Lindsay?
Yes, I am.
Would you like to be reappointed?
Yes, please.
Does anybody have any other questions?
Do you like to read?
Oh,
If there's a person in the city of Lake Worth that does not know who Mary Lindsay is,
Then you live under.
and you don't live in Lake Worth Beach.
That's an even bigger rock than me.
Mary Lindsay is the driving hurricane force of literacy in our city, who started the Little Free Libraries, who over the years, with some help, with the significant help, has absolutely blossomed this city into a reading city. It's like, Yeah, I don't want to say we don't need a library, but we have little libraries all over this. How many do we have now?
I just finished rehabbing about 20 that have been replaced and put back up. So we're at about 110.
In the city?
This moment. Oh, in the city of Lake Worth. And we just helped Lantana get started with their first 3. One of the realtors in Lantana who lives in Boynton and works a lot in Lake Worth wants to start a project in Lantana. So she helped her out with 3 little free libraries, and she is very enthusiastic about it.
And gave my husband a whole new reason to live.
And
I looked at his library the other day. It's going to need some rehab soon.
Yeah, it's been there a few years.
And 6 years.
Yep.
since that one's
Yeah,
been up.
and it's well used.
I want to say also that our former commissioner, Scott Maxwell, has been.
Absolutely.
Great.
And
Say the same.
and Ramsey.
That's why I'm all wet. And I were just cutting plywood.
Yeah, and Scott has kept up after that. We very much appreciate that. And Ramsey let's a shout out to Ramsey McLeod,
Ramsey.
who is a workhorse. She's,
If I get hit by a bus tomorrow.
Oh, stop it.
Ramsey would know how to carry on with the entire book acquisition, school district, that whole thing. She's got a handle on that. And we are, believe it or not, actually working on having backup for the rehab part of it, because
right.
I'm getting old and bad.
Oh, stop it.
And another thing,
Hit by a bus.
and another thing about Mary is now, when is talk for a minute about your bookstore, when it's opened?
We were open today. We're open on Saturdays from 1 to 4. The bookstore came about because St. Andrew's Private School in Boca Raton built a new library for their upper grades, and they don't believe you should put old books in a new library, so they gave me all their old books, which was great.
Yeah.
Those are real problems, right?
Yeah.
Like.
That's like for our Lake Worth High School band. What do we do with all these new,
They also offered us their bookcases, and these are the industrial strength, really beautiful ones. So I said yes, without any clue of what we would do with it. I came back, it just so happened that very day, Cindy Ansel had gotten the city's permission to give that old room at the Annex building to the Friends of the Lake Worth Library for whatever we needed it, for books, this, that, or the other. We turned it into a bookshop. We worked months to get it, renovated and repainted and all nice and fresh. We opened on street painting weekend, and the Saturday of street painting, we did $732.
And what hours are you open, just for the public?
1 to 4 on Saturday. We were open today. A lady came a little early, but I happened to be there because we got this huge delivery of books. And she picked up $50 worth of books today. I don't know what the girls did. Laurel Robinson is doing a fantastic job. I'm pretty much out of it, except for the book acquisition and new things in the shop and pricing and that kind of stuff. Laurel is the one who handles all of the volunteers. And right now we are booked out through August.
And it's only open Saturday, 1 to 4?
At the moment, yes. We'll see how demand goes. I would like to, I estimated optimistically $100 a week we could do in sales, and we have no cost. The book cost is not the flavor. Voluntary. We haven't done that consistently. Hopefully now that a lot of things in my book life have settled down project wise, I'll be able to do a little more promotion for the bookshop. And hopefully we'll be able to up that.
And Saturdays from 1 to 4, people can come in and have a wonderful afternoon first by going upstairs to the newly renovated museum.
Yeah.
Mr. Walter, thank you very much.
Yeah, he's done an incredible.
It's incredible. If you've not been to the museum upstairs, and we're working on getting an elevator in that building, which would be wonderful. It's completely revamped and redone. So from 1 to 4.
Happy with one of those stair.
No, I would not be. Because I pointed out to Mr. Harper that when you're schlepping, it's nice to have an elevator.
But I'm not saying an elevator wouldn't be good. We're just tired of waiting.
So Saturday from 1 to 4 is a great opportunity in Lake Worth to enjoy our stuff.
The annex building, yeah, and our room is also used, it's used, I think on Friday afternoons by, self-defense class. The room has been designed in such a way that the whole center area is available for other activities just by pushing the tables to the side.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have another meeting room, another space for the public.
We used to have our Weight Watchers meetings in there. Commissioner Boyd.
Well, I hear that Ms. Lindsay is applying for the library advisory board, but I believe she has a major conflict of interest with the little free library.
We have an amazing partnership. We have an amazing partnership with the library that, it's been maybe for the last 6 months or so now, it's actually city policy that every city event will include a literacy component of some kind, which we've been doing for a long time, Cindy and I together. So no matter what the event is, Cindy is there with activities or books, and I am there with the little free libraries and of course the free book giveaway. This morning or earlier this week, I got a big donation from a bookstore in Martin County that went out of business. And they brought me 3 huge cartons of books on old Florida history, all different kinds of books. And I know some of them we don't have in our permanent collection at the library. So I took them to the library and let Cindy have first dibs for anything she wanted to add to the new Florida room, which by the way is fantastic.
Amazing. Yeah.
That second floor, it is incredible. Nobody has anything like it anywhere in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, the top floor, this, yeah.
Yes, yes.
It's pretty spectacular.
It's just wonderful. So it's, we're pretty much joined at the hip. Whatever activity she's involved in, I'm involved in. We both go a long way towards helping organizations like Bridges. We just put 2 little free libraries up at the new Bridges office, one inside their facility and one outside, just because the demand on North F Street is so great. And if you haven't seen the new Bridges headquarters, it's fantastic.
Have to go up there. Well, does anyone have any more questions for Miss Lindsay?
I'm just glad to see that she wants to.
Really?
Another term.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, but I have to warn you that you talk about full disclosure. Sitting on the board for another term, you are going to hear nothing from me in private, in public, that we need our staff members restored at the library. We cannot do one more program. We cannot be open one more hour, much less one more day, without restoring the 2 employee positions that were sadly eliminated.
And we are sadly aware of that. I'm going to do our best. We have.
I know you will.
We hear the need.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Be careful. Oh, look, yes, the rain's almost stopped. Run. Be careful.
Madam Mayor,
Yep.
I was asked about the other 2 applicants for the library board, and I have the answer. So one was Erica Gettig, who was interviewed under the tree board, and the 4th one was Trisha Ellison.
Oh, okay. That's
So
fine.
she'll be interviewed at another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for following up on that.
Thank you.
Board of Trustees, Police Retirement System, Lonnie Morale? No, two people whittling down.
I know.
The Recreation Advisory Board? All right.
I actually wrote that, the Ted McMorrow gentleman down for the police retirement. He seemed like a good
That's what
fit for
it
that.
was. I knew somebody mentioned police and fire.
Yeah, I
Right.
think it was, his name was Ted McMorrow. We interviewed him earlier.
And this is the one of the police that, the old Lake Worth police pensions, not the sheriff's office. Being sunset. Jerry Claire Day?
Where are we?
I don't see her.
Recreation. Danielle Hartman? There she is.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mary.
Yes.
So I'm Danielle Hartman.
Thanks for your patience today.
Tom Forlenza.
Thank you.
Which I think would be great for the board, just to put it that way.
How does he feel about being?
Right. I'm sorry, it's funny because we were chit chatting about it, but, and also I want to be on the record, but I would consider the mobility board because that's my passion in my professional career right now about mobility and transportation.
What is your?
I'm the CEO for Jewish Family Services in South Palm Beach County, the largest human service provider in South County. But I actually have lived in the Boynton Lakewood area for 20 years and raising my kids, and we bought a house. I'm an empty nester now. We bought a house in downtown, Lake Worth Beach. My husband mentioned that Second and Palmway that we're restoring. But since my kids were little, we were always coming in to enjoy all the recreational things that the Lake Worth Beach had to offer, from the street painting festival to the bonfires on the beach to the festivals in Bryant Park. Anything we could, we were always coming down here. And I always used to say I loved Lake Worth Beach. And so now the kids are in college and we're here and we're trying to get right involved. We've been here a year. I sit on the Bryant Park Neighborhood Association board. I'm the treasurer. And I've already had some opportunities to interact with Lauren Bennett regarding the Lake Worth, the Bryant Park Neighborhood Association Music in the Park that we're doing every Sunday. So my background and experience really lends to community organizing, including volunteers and professionals. I've worked with elected officials at the state, local, and federal level.
That's your time. Thank you.
That's your 1 minute.
Yeah, totally fine.
Are there any questions for Ms. Hartman?
So you said you'd be interested in the mobility board as well?
Yeah, because I feel, and I see this in my work as in the nonprofit, transportation in general in our entire county is really lacking. And I know so many people need access to get to services, they need transportation, and there's just so much we can be doing. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Tiffany Carter. And you're thank you for coming back. It's been kind of a long day.
It has, but no, I'm fine.
Thank you.
For being here.
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm Tiffany Kapner. I was born and raised in South Florida, close by here, Forest Hill High School. Lived in Lake Worth Beach for over 10 years now and love it here. I have a background in landscaping, landscape maintenance, worked in landscaping for a number of years. I was a land planner for over a decade. I'm AICP, certified planner. I have a bachelor's in horticulture, master's in water and soil science. I'm going to start a new job in the fall with Palm Beach State as an adjunct in the biology department, teaching biology.
And you like to recreate?
I do. I love to recreate.
How long have you been on the board?
I've been on the board since 2019. So yes, I am currently on the board.
Okay, great. Any advice you can give us about the board?
I like being on the board. The staff is fantastic. They really, really.
It's amazing
They are
what they do.
so good.
Cheerful and helpful and.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
just so good at everything that they do. And so being on the board, a lot of what I found useful in my, from me, is outreach. I've got 2 kids that are both in 4th grade. And so there's just a lot of letting everybody know what programs are going on. I was also trying to get the staff together with the school. They've got, North grade has the middle school now. And they've got sports as an elective, but they don't have actual sports. Teams that got aftercare can get some teams together and as during the school day, but like an actual team. So I was trying to do some coordinating there and just see what we can pull off in terms of getting our middle schoolers into some sort of organized.
I would like to say that Storytime Soccer is a great asset to the city. And I really hope that the rec board starts to lean in on those partnerships, as well as the Jaguars for the football and the cheerleaders. They do both from ages 5 all the way up to graduation, the Lake Worth Jaguars for the football team and the cheerleaders.
Yes, well, we definitely, those things definitely do come up during the meetings, and those are wonderful things to have in the community. But yeah, I think a lot more just letting everybody know what's going on is a huge.
And communication, as we've been on the board now, the commission for about a year. One of the things that we're most frustrated at and always, how do we get the word out? How do we get the word out? Not everybody's on Facebook, not everybody's, but.
TikTok. Everybody's on TikTok and talks now.
I've not ticked nor talked.
Go ahead. I hear that's what the kids are doing now with TikTok. I don't know. Mr. Diaz could probably do some TikToks for us.
I'm not a good dancer.
I'm the old. I'm not a good. I'm sure you could. Thank you so much for serving and willing to serve and continue your enthusiasm for this. What grade are your kids in?
They're going into 5th and 7th.
Oh,
Awesome.
Yeah.
are they going to stay for the middle school or?
Yeah, so my 7th grader she is at the middle school there now.
Oh, okay, right.
You have to have been in the dual language program.
Oh, okay.
I think you have to have been in for at least 2 or 3 years
Really?
in an elementary school dual language program in order to go into the
Wow.
middle school at North Grade, because it is a choice program.
Right.
Our homeschool is still, we would automatically go to Lake Worth Middle, so you apply to stay at North Grade or go to North Grade if you want. So we've been very happy. It's our local.
It's a great school.
It's great. The teachers are fantastic. So, yeah, just trying
I thought you looked familiar. I was like, where do I know you?
Yeah.
We might pass each other at drop off.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
That mom stuff.
Right.
God bless you all. Thank you so much, really. And thanks again for your patience. Oh, wait, no.
To the party.
Oh, no, Mr. McVoy has a question.
No, I don't have a question. I just want to say, hey, cool that you did your master's in WCA one.
Oh, yes,
Arthur R. Marshall National Wildlife.
That's exactly where.
On soils in the department that I got my master's.
I was also curious because, were there any other boards? So you've been on recreation, you want to stay on recreation. Were there any other boards you ever want to
there
branch?
are two other ones that look interesting to me. There are, I started with Parks and Rec and have liked it and enjoyed it, but I mean, I with my landscaping background, I do know a lot about tree.
Oh, there's
work.
that tree thing.
I did work, my landscaping company did have a tree care company as well, and we were definitely taught the proper way to prune trees. And I understand what everybody before me was saying. It can be frustrating. You drive through town and go, what are they doing?
Well, and the hard thing is it happens and you see it after it happens.
Right.
It's not like
You
it's.
see the trees and logs and it's piled in front of a house.
You see like the branches that are this big around cut right through the center, and you think, how could they?
Yeah.
How could they have done this? So yeah, and I do have an interest in natives. My master's, I did focus on native vegetation and how the nutrient levels affected it in the Everglades Water Conservation Area 1. And I was a land planner for 10 years, and I'm AICP, so I know there's the planning and zoning board. So all of those are very interesting, and
The rec board's fun.
the rec board is fun.
And we need you on the rec board.
Yeah, we need, and she has 2 children.
That's right.
That's right. I volunteer with rec board, and the kids like that, they come
Yes.
too, and I'm
I don't know
not.
if they'd like to go talk about trees and landscape.
Yeah, no, that's-
Especially at that age.
well, thank you.
Thank you so
You're involved in a lot. Have you volunteered at Tiger Territory as well? Do you do work?
I volunteer, I have not since it was, since it's all changed, when my kids
Yeah.
first started North Grade, we were over there a few Saturdays helping clear it out when it was a total mess.
Yeah.
But now it's kind of changed hands, and I was trying to figure it out at the beginning of the year, because I'm on a PTO at North Grade. We had a lot of people who wanted to, some of the parents that wanted to come in and say, what are we supposed to do to help volunteer? And I had heard that they were going to get with the schools to ask for volunteers, and I'm not sure that I don't know if that happened or didn't happen, or if it did, I didn't hear about it, so I wasn't able to connect.
I was just curious because you're right. They're promoting for this right now, but it hasn't come to fruition yet to see who's gonna, pass the.
Soil for soul.
Soil and Soul is the nonprofit that's kind of like overseeing it, but yeah.
So the
Finding-
North Grade office had told me that Soil and Soul had told them that they were gonna get together and put a call out for volunteers for students and parents, but then I didn't hear, if that did happen, I didn't hear about it, so I wasn't able to relay that to the parents, so it's shown. And
Yeah, there was, it is tumultuous. Healthier Lake Worth Beach gave a grant that didn't come to fruition over there either. That we're trying to figure out, navigate waters on. It's a great, it really is a great property. That garden is
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah. I got the tour.
Yes.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
The level of interesting, qualified people in this city is just remarkable.
Yeah.
And you're all just living your lives.
So great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We do too. Thank you so much.
So I'm guessing Jeannie, Remy.
You didn't make it?
She didn't check in, and Jerry Clairday was here earlier.
Oh, okay.
Oh. She gave up on us. Well, it's been a long day.
There's a whole nother one, but it has no
No.
application.
Next time.
Why don't you ask a few questions, Mr. McVoy?
I do
I
actually.
figured you did. Interesting day, interesting day. I thank all of us for being.
I do have a question for the city manager.
See,
So some of these positions are very specific in regards to the fulfillment of job qualifications. And like one of them, so the EAU, we have to have a business owner at large, and we have to have a large member at large that represents the service areas of Village of Palm Springs.
Right.
I don't think that either one of those are filled currently, and I didn't see anybody from the Village of Palm Springs.
No.
Have we
I
reached
think-
out, or how are we? I mean, I know that we know somebody in the Village of Palm Springs right now who could help with that, but being Mr. Boyne's friend,
Right. Right, and that's it.
there you go.
Yes, that's correct. I'm not sure if staff has done any specific reach outs. And
Okay.
if we have not received any interested parties, we could do that. Make sure that we do that, reach out to Village of Palm Springs, and maybe they can assist us with finding candidates for that.
I mean, I know that Mr. Liberty had showed me a graph that he had worked on for the Village of Palm Springs last week in regards to cost associated with fuel or whatever. I just want to make sure that we don't miss that,
That's right.
that is a requirement on this board that has been vacant for a long time.
Right, you know, let you know that I am in close contact with the departments that are associated with those particular boards, such as the Historic Board, PCB, and CRA, because of course we have to be very careful that we bring those particular disciplines that are specified in our ordinance forward.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I am getting advised and counseled by those groups to make sure that we're in order and these things will be paid.
Fabulous. Motion to adjourn?
second, you want to split this party up?
Sorry, I mean, the rain has stopped and I want to run for the border. I don't know. I don't want to get wet.
Hey, you have your car. I gotta